May I have your attention, please? We will soon start today's seminar. Please take your seats so that we can begin. Distinguished guests, let us begin the international seminar to celebrate 2021 P4G Seoul Summit organized jointly by the National Assembly, Forum on Climate Change, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Environment, and the Global Green Growth Institute under the theme of Strategy for Green Transformation and Cooperation for Carbon Neutrality and Achieving SDGs. I'm In Sung-jo, the Secretary General of NAFCC and today's MC. First part of this opening ceremony, we will have a pledge of allegiance to the nation. Please stand to your feet and face the national flag. Salute. Hands down, please be seated. Time-wise, we will not sing the national anthem. Let me introduce today's VIPs. Today, we are joined by a great number of VIPs. We are joined by Honorable Yoo Il-dong, member of the National Assembly of the Republic of Korea and the co-chair of NAFCC. He has been serving as a co-chair since 2016, and he has been playing a pivotal role in the Ministry of Environment. And we are also joined by Honorable Minister Han Jung-hye of Environment. And we are also joined by Excellency Choi Jong-moon, the Second Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs. We are also joined by many speakers and moderators, let me introduce Honorable Frank Rice-Berman, the Director General of Global Green Growth Institute, or GGGI. The moderator of the second session, Honorable Kim Il-jung, co-chair of the Sustainable Development Committee of the City of Seoul. Now we also have the members of NAFCC. We are joined by Honorable Im Jong-sung, a member of the National Assembly. Honorable Yoon Jae-wook, a member of the National Assembly, who is a member of NAFCC. And we are joined by Honorable No Eun-rae, a member of the National Assembly and a member of NAFCC. Last but not least, let me introduce the members of P4G and the excellencies from the embassies. Due to time constraints, I will move on to the next part of the program. Now I'd like to invite Honorable Yoo Eui-dong, who is the co-chair of NAFCC, for his opening remarks. Please welcome him if you can. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Yoo Eui-dong, a member of the National Assembly, as well as the co-chair of NAFCC. Back in 2015, the global community, in order to ensure the sustainable development of the nation, made two important commitments, that is Paris Agreement and the Sustainable Development Goals. The Paris Agreement, till the end of this century, has set forth mid to long-term goals, which calls for the coordinated actions on the part of the developed as well as the developing nations. SDGs are of great importance, not just for the environment, but also for the renewable energy, as well as the poverty reduction and sustainable production and consumption. And this goals sets out 17 goals to be achieved by 2030, calling for the implementation as well as the cooperation by the international community. The international community has two important pillars of SDGs and Paris Agreement. Now is the time for us to make dedicated efforts in order to achieve these two goals so that we can maximize the effects. And it is time for us to pursue a strategy for implementation. Today, seminar is prepared to ensure cooperation for achieving SDGs by the international community. I'd like to thank the Ministry of Environment, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the GGGI, as well as all the speakers and discussants. Especially, I'd like to thank all the missions from the embassies in Seoul for their cooperation and active participation. As the co-chair of NAFCC, I will make every effort for the active role to be played by the National Assembly of the Republic of Korea to ensure carbon neutrality as well as achieving SDGs. I hope for the great success for this seminar. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now I'd like to turn to the welcoming remarks by the President and Chair of the Council of the GGGI, Mr. Pan Ki-moon. Well, he sent us his welcoming message. Let's have a look.
Honorable Yoo Eui-dong, Member of the National Assembly and Co-Chair of the National Assembly Forum on Climate Change, Honorable Kim Sang-hee, Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Excellency Han Jung-hae, Minister of Environment, Excellency Choi Jong-moon, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the invitation to address the participants of this very important event ahead of the P4G summit. I believe today will be instrumental for sharing ideas and insights for the urgently needed green transformation. As you all know, I had the privilege of serving as the 8th Secretary General of the United Nations, which came on the heels of my career as a Korean diplomat for 37 years. And my tenure at the United Nations is often defined by the Paris Climate Agreement and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. So you may be able to imagine, as the President of the Assembly and Chair of the Council of the Global Green Growth Institute, today I am most pleased that GGGI has partnered with the National Assembly, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the Ministry of Environment of my home country to provide this precious venue for discussions. Therefore, although I am unable to join this event in person, I'd like to extend my deep appreciation to all the organizers and to all the participants for joining us today, whether in person or virtually. Allow me to take a moment and share just a couple of points. Over the last year and 4 or 5 months, the entire global community was reminded of just how vulnerable we really are. The enormous cost in lives, the huge loss in incomes and revenues, the travel restrictions, the complete lockdowns, and social distancing measures, and the evidence of mental and psychological strains showing up in the form of random violence, increased suicide rates, and much more. They all demonstrated, seemingly overnight, that we human beings are not as invincible as we sometimes like to think of ourselves. And let us make no mistake about it. There is certainly a correlation between the climate change phenomena and the COVID-19 pandemic. But as many parts of the world are finally emerging, we're starting to see the end of the pandemic on the horizon. Allow me to remind us all, there is no vaccine for the climate crisis we have created. Perhaps one of the greatest weaknesses of humankind is that our memories are at times too short. I hope all of us lawmakers, diplomats, environment experts, corporate leaders, and private citizens can work together, make sure that we do not go back to business as usual. As the world plans to come out of the unprecedented challenges of the pandemic, we must do what is necessary to green our recovery efforts and build back better. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, if we, as a global community, fail to seize this opportunity now, if we succumb to our short-term memory and forget about the important wake-up call this time, or if we give in to the temptation to take the easier and more familiar path of continuing as before, I dare say that our failure to learn from our mistakes and take corrective actions to prevent future repeats, that will be a far worse tragedy than the pandemic itself. For too long, we have ignored the warning signs that our planet has been flashing at us. Let us heed the warnings and work together so we can leave a world to our future generations that is inhabitable and enjoyable, not a world that resembles those dark, apocalyptic science fiction movies. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your participation, and I wish you all a very green and successful event. Thank you. 감사합니다.
Thank you. We would now like to hear from the Honorable Kim Sang-hee, Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of Korea. Because she is currently on a state visit, we have received a congratulatory message from her as well. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Kim Sang-hee, Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of Korea. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to you on the opening of this international seminar on strategy for green transformation and cooperation for carbon neutrality and achieving SDGs, held by the National Assembly Forum on Climate Change, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Environment, and the Global Green Growth Institute. With the Our Common Future report that came out in 1987, the international community has come together to adopt and implement global goals to solve the common challenges that we face in the fields of the environment, economy, and society. For the years from 2016 to 2030, advanced economies and developing nations have cooperated to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals under the slogan of leaving no one behind. However, the COVID-19 pandemic, which has been persisting for over a year, has been a severe obstacle to the implementation of SDGs, and it has been wreaking havoc across the entire world. Moreover, problems in healthcare, medicine, poverty, and human rights due to the pandemic have occurred first among the more vulnerable members of the population, leading to worsening social inequality and polarization. Currently, countries around the world are responding to this crisis by working on vaccinations as well as economic recovery and rebuilding. Advanced nations have recently been announcing the implementation of green recovery and green new deals. With the implementation of the Paris Agreement, the call towards carbon neutrality has become a key issue, particularly this year, demanding more transitional policies to support a transition to eco-friendly social structure and the establishment of a healthy ecosystem. The SDGs can help us overcome the COVID-19 pandemic, but also be a fundamental solution to responding to global climate crisis and transitioning to a sustainable society. This seminar, which is being hosted before next week's 2021 P4G Seoul Summit, will hopefully allow us to engage in discussions for effective cooperation and also build a wide consensus among us for carbon neutrality and SDG implementation. I'd like to thank Yoo Hee-dong, MP of the National Assembly and co-chair of the NAFCC, Pan Ki-moon, chair of the Council of GGGI, Han Jung-hae, Minister of the Environment and co-chair of the NAFCC, and members of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Thank you also to the speakers and panelists from the public sector, local governments, industry, civil society, research institutions, and the youth community who have taken valuable time out of their schedules to be with us today. The National Assembly of the Republic of Korea will also support your journey towards a green transition of net zero and towards SDGs through aggressive legislative efforts. Thank you very much. We would now like to hear from Her Excellency Han Jung-hae, Minister of the Environment of the Republic of Korea. It is a pleasure to meet you. I'm Han Jung-hae, the Minister of Environment. Yoo Hee-dong, Member of the National Assembly of the Republic of Korea. Choi Jong-moon, Second Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs, and distinguished speakers from various missions and embassies across the Republic of Korea. And I would also like to thank His Excellency Pan Ki-moon, Chair of the Council of the GGGI, and Kim Sang-hee, Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. This forum has a very long history. Park Bum-seok, the Speaker of the National Assembly, and the Deputy Speaker are also members of this current forum. Climate change response and sustainable development go hand in hand. In 1992, sustainable development was discussed in Brazil as a way to preserve the earth environment, and That was what led to the launch of the Paris Agreement, and now we have come under the conclusion that we cannot have sustainable development without carbon neutrality. This means that carbon neutrality is not something that we should take lightly, and that we all have to commit ourselves to this. And this carbon neutrality is something that we have to achieve under the framework of sustainable development. That is why we are pursuing this together, and local governments also have announced their local Green New Deals, along with the National Green New Deal that was proposed by the Korean government, and this is a measure of actionable goals. Local governments and the private sector are all working towards green transition, and these efforts cannot be understated. The P4G summit, which is going to be held next week, 243 different local governments and different civil society members have come together to come up with a list of goals and action items that they can work on. The Ministry of Environment will also continue to lend its support toward these efforts. For businesses and the finance sector, they can participate voluntarily in green finance schemes. Global financial institutions have recently been focusing on ESG and related investments, so we would also like to help our Korean corporations address this through a taxonomy and different other relevant efforts, and that is what the Ministry of Environment is working towards. For us to work towards carbon neutrality and SDGs, the government will spare no effort in providing the support framework. This strategies for inclusive growth and carbon neutrality. I hope that this seminar is going to be a way for us to engage in consensus with relevant institutions, civil society, governments, and also from the public sector. Before I end, I want to talk a little bit about the honeybee. Yesterday I was watching TV, and I saw a story about a farmer, a honeybee farmer who goes around picking honeybees from acacia plants. And this farmer said that about 20 years ago, when acacia flowers bloom, it takes about a month for the acacia flowers to come to bloom in the south and move their way up in the north. So it typically takes about a month for this process to occur. But recently, the cycle of these acacia flowers blooming from the southernmost tip of the country to the northernmost tip only takes place at about 2 weeks time frame. So for these honeybee farmers who take the honey from acacia flowers, have to go to the south, harvest the bees, harvest the honey, and by the time they moved up to the middle of the country around Chungju, the acacia flowers have already fallen out of bloom, that they have already died in the northern regions. This is something that we're seeing not just in Korea but elsewhere. And for us to just look at all of these problems very locally on a very microscopic level, we cannot resolve all of the problems together. So what we have left to do is to try to move as quickly as we can and achieve carbon neutrality ASAP so that we can prevent the global temperatures from rising any higher than it can. That is literally going to shape our future, not just for honeybees, but for our very survival. So I hope that that is what we'll keep in mind as we go into the P4G summit and as we shape different policies. And when we can think about these different things, then we can create a sustainable future for all of us. Thank you. Thank you very much. Next, we would like to hear from Choi Jung-won, Second Vice Minister of the Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea. Please give him a big round of applause. Honorable Yoo Hee-dong, Member of the National Assembly and Co-Chair of NAFCC, MP Yoo, MP Lee, Ban Ki-moon, 8th Secretary General of the UN, Han Jung-hae, Minister of Environment, and members of diplomatic missions, distinguished guests. The world currently is still undergoing the COVID-19 tunnel with no end in sight. Many people are undergoing economic difficulties. Our neighbors are isolated and quarantined, and many people are suffering from the lack of medical facilities. However, in spite of this, we are here to discuss hope and recovery. Because the choices we make today will shape the world after the crisis. We can make a better tomorrow and a greener, more competitive society for the future. And with those hopes and those desires in mind, the Korean government announced the Korean Green New Deal in July of last year as a key policy for us to help recover the COVID-19 pandemic. And in October, we also announced our plan to be carbon neutral by 2050. We want to take these current challenges and turn them into an opportunity for a futuristic, eco-friendly industries and new jobs. Our government is also ready and willing to share our experiences on the Green New Deal and policy measures for carbon neutrality with developing nations. We are also going to cooperate with GGGI, which is an international organization that works on green growth policies to identify growth engines for developing nations and strengthen their climate response capacity. Distinguished guests, carbon neutrality is also reshaping industries and also reshaping economic norms. There's changes in competition in certain industries related to energy and automobiles. Korean businesses have to preemptively prepare for carbon neutral era and enter a green market. Fortunately, the market is moving very quickly. Global investors are looking at renewable energy 100 accomplishment for these different businesses and also requiring them to enhance their ESG indicators. And the corporations that cannot respond to these changes are seeing their valuations go down. We have to respond to climate change and achieve sustainable development together. And this is something that the government and private sector have to work together on. The government, corporations, and civil society have to work together to engage in innovation and create actionable change. And the future generation has to be with us as well. We have to listen to the voices of the youth and have that reflected in climate action. This is the reason Korea is participating actively in the P4G initiative. The P4G allows governments and private sector to be partners and support projects that will make effective achievements in the field of green growth and also allow for these success cases to be spread globally. We share the vision of P4G, and also that is why at the end of this month we are hosting the 2021 P4G Summit here in Seoul under the theme of Inclusive Green Recovery towards Carbon Neutrality. Representatives from 40 different countries and 20 different international organizations, leaders, and other representatives will come together to discuss global efforts for carbon neutrality and green recovery. Distinguished guests, this year, 2021, is year one of the 10-year implementation of the Paris Agreement. If we want to avoid a massive climate disaster on a scale that is unprecedented, we have to look 10 years into the future and engage in the appropriate action and implementation. In the 2021 P4G Seoul Summit, I hope that we can have many different discussions. And today as well, through the seminar, we can have many different discussions by relevant experts on a sustainable future. Thank you very much. As the last parts of this opening ceremony, I'd like to ask all of the distinguished guests and speakers and panelists and representatives from the diplomatic missions across Korea to please come forward and take a group photo. Please step forward. Thank you very much. that, we would like to move into the first session of today's seminar. This first session is titled Strategies for Linking NDCs with SDGs to Cope with Global Challenges. We would like to begin the first session shortly. I'd like to ask our moderator and the presenters and the panelists to please come forward. The first session will be moderated by Frank Reisbrunn, Director General of the Global Green Growth Institute. I'd like to ask all the presenters and panelists for the first session to please step forward.
Very good. If you're ready, honorable members of the National Assembly, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor and pleasure to introduce our first session and discuss a few of the key issues that we'll be addressing during this panel. In the first place, of course, we're talking about the implementation of NDCs and SDGs, but in the context of the pandemic and the economic crisis caused by the pandemic. And the question that has been on many people's minds is, can we build back better? Governments have mobilized trillions of dollars to fight the economic crisis linked to the pandemic, but unfortunately so far only a relatively small share of that stimulus funding has actually been green. Of course, the critical question is, can the money used to recover from the pandemic be at the same time helping to accelerate climate action? And at the heart of that question is the belief that certainly GGI has, and that many other studies have supported as well, is that those green investments that accelerate climate action are also generating more jobs, more green jobs through green investments, which means that the number one priority for recovery from the pandemic-caused crisis, to have more green jobs, can indeed be achieved through accelerated climate action. And I think that is a question to be explored in more detail. Even during the COVID pandemic, work has continued on more ambitious NDCs. That is a top priority of the next COP, COP26 in the UK, and we are very happy to have a representative of the COP president here with us today. So yes, quite a few countries have submitted their revised NDCs, but an analysis of the UN shows that these are not yet ambitious enough to meet the Paris Agreement. So that is really the question. Can the commitments for 2030 as a key stepping stone to 2050 be credible to show that we can go net zero? And yes, in Korea, GGI in the Climate Change Center organized a campaign last year to advocate for net zero and blue skies. And the key objectives we had there was for the government of Korea to declare a commitment to net zero, and for Korea internationally to stop funding of coal-fired power plants. So of course we were very happy that despite the pandemic we had quite a few meetings, including with quite a few of the embassies and organizations here in the room, most of them hybrid, a few people that you see here in the photos in the room, and many more people online. And indeed we have had more than 40 organizations join this campaign for Blue Skies and Net Zero in Korea, showing a very strong support. And we'll have another session next week where civil society will discuss, as we are here today, how Korea can step up. Of course, we were extremely happy that President Moon was one of the leaders that did combine green recovery, fight against the pandemic with climate action through the Digital and Green New Deal in July last year, that he made that commitment for net zero by 2050 in October last year, and more recently at President Biden's Climate Leaders Summit, formally announced Korea's end to financing coal projects internationally. So the next key steps are, the President said in April that this year Korea will announce a more ambitious NDC, so that's what we are waiting for. And given that the US has committed to 50%, the EU is at 50%, Japan announced 46%, yes, the hope, the desire, the request to the government of Korea and to you as members of the National Assembly is, can Korea commit to 50% emission reduction by 2030? That is the milestone that is considered to be a good stepping stone to net zero by 2050. And if Korea does so, then can Korea play a leading role in Asia to convince other countries, key partners of Korea like Vietnam and Indonesia, countries that have not yet committed to net zero and that are huge coal users? Can Korea use its influence, its strong partnership, its strong direct investment, and its ODA to convince those countries to join the race to net zero? And yes, I think that would mean that instead of exporting coal-fired power plants, Korea has a real opportunity to export green technology, to have a larger share of its ODA be 50%. So those are key questions. How rapidly can Korea step up? And for Korea itself, yes, I think you know that the government has had major efforts in renewable energy, focus on solar and wind. Potentially an area that we could discuss today is what the potential is for green hydrogen, whether green hydrogen can come out of research and development and into commercialization, and whether even green hydrogen can be used, can be produced with, for instance, hydropower from Laos or Indonesia, turn into hydrogen and shipped to Korea to help reduce the fossil fuel use in industry and in hard-to-abate sectors. I think that's a key issue to discuss quite seriously. Now, while the EU and Korea have Green New Deals, many of GHI's member countries are asking whether a Green New Deal is also relevant for other countries. We believe that it is, that actually Green New Deals and green recovery is also important for developing and emerging economies, and that indeed represents a real opportunity for Korea to be a leader in Asia and in the world. There are green investments going on, but they should be catalyzed, they should be stepped up to be relevant. And I just wanted to give one example. In India, because of the terrible toll the pandemic has taken, as you know, in recent weeks, even during the pandemic, green big projects continued in India. We were involved in solarizing a highway, for instance. That was a first step, combining major green energy with a traditional infrastructure project. And that same highway now we are looking at, can it be made ready for electric mobility? Those are the kind of projects that I believe are also real opportunities for Korean industry to share its technology internationally. One area that I also hope will come up today is not only supplying more green energy, but to reduce the demand for energy, and particularly energy efficiency in buildings seems to be an area that can be stepped up internationally and in Korea as well. And finally, maybe less in Korea, but certainly in Africa or even in the Philippines, climate-smart agriculture and working with small and medium enterprises in rural areas that can create jobs, jobs for young people, jobs for the next generation, while at the same time adapting to climate change is a critical issue internationally as well. So that leaves us, I think, with a number of questions that I hope the speakers in this session will focus on. Can the recovery from COVID-19 be green in Korea and abroad? Can we indeed achieve net zero by 2050 in Korea, and how? Will Korea make a strong NDC commitment by 2030? Can it lead in Asia? Can Korea green its ODA and work with the private sector to green its foreign direct investment in Asia? And what can Korea do to support countries like the small island development state and least developed countries that need to adapt to climate change? And finally, what can be achieved at the P4G summit to make the summit a success? So we have an excellent panel already lined up here on the stage, and we begin with two speakers to introduce this subject, beginning with Helen Mountford, a friend and colleague from the World Resources Institute. She is the Vice President for Climate and Economics and an eminent voice internationally to argue how indeed growth can be green, how in the new economy climate action can be a real driver of economic growth. And she will indeed, I think, address some of these key questions up here. And then next we have Ambassador Simon Smith, Ambassador of the UK to Korea. Also, of course, the UK is the COP26 president, so I'm sure he'll share some of those expectations from the UK that Korea and other countries will hopefully live up to by the end of the year. Those are the two first speakers, and then we'll get into the panel after that. Can we invite Helen to start her speech? I'm leaving it to our technical colleagues to start the speech for Helen Mountford.
I will assume you can hear me. It's a great honor to be here with you today. Thank you so much, Frank. Thank you, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's great to join you here to celebrate through this international seminar, the P4G 2021 summit, which will be held next week in Seoul. What I want to speak to briefly today is how we can strengthen a green recovery and the progress that we are already seeing in terms of a green recovery, how this links to climate neutrality, the net zero goals, strengthening the 2030 NDCs, and also achieving the SDGs, how these connect together. Next slide, please. So one thing I do want to emphasize is the toll that the COVID-19 pandemic has already been having on the Sustainable Development Goals and what we're trying to achieve. We know there have been at least 164 million cases of COVID worldwide so far, 3.4 million deaths according to official records, and according to estimated excess deaths, it may well have been 10 million so far from COVID-19. But this has had impacts across the board. It's had impacts in terms of being the worst economic recession since the Great Depression. It has led to many more people in extreme poverty. We have seen impacts on children unable to go to school or interrupted in immunization programs, and of course on women who have been most of those who have lost employment or income and had other consequences as well. So we're already seeing the impacts of COVID-19 across the board on the Sustainable Development Goals. The question now is, how can we use the opportunity of coming out of the COVID crisis to really build back better and to do a green recovery? Next slide, please. And when we look at how we're doing across countries at the moment in terms of the greenness of the recovery packages, it's actually a very mixed picture. So this slide shows you across a number of different countries, we see about roughly 30% of the recovery packages which have any environmental impact, and some of these are greener than others. Anything that is below the zero mark, the stimulus index, the green stimulus index, where there's a dot below, that shows that it's on balance, a little bit dirtier. Anything above that shows that it's getting a bit greener. If you go to the next slide. The good news is, as shown by this slide, as we progress through the COVID crisis, as there are further stimulus bills and economic recovery, we're actually seeing that countries are going greener. They're learning the benefits and the opportunities of a green recovery, while some of the initial investments were very much about bailing out heavy industries, coal-fired plants, oil and gas industries, the aviation industry. As we have progressed through the economic recovery packages from COVID-19, we've been moving towards much, much greener spending. And you can see this through the green arrows on this slide. There's a few countries that have not gone greener, but most around the world have been going greener in their recovery. Next slide. And why is this? This is because of the realization of the benefits of a green recovery, the economic benefits and the job benefits. This slide, which comes from work by the IEA and IMF, shows how investing in green recovery can actually lead to economic growth, faster economic growth and recovery than alternatives, and can create a much better future. Next slide. As you will see here, it is also a much better accelerator of job creation compared to alternatives. Frank mentioned the importance of energy efficiency. We know that building efficiency, that investing in solar photovoltaics, investing in urban transport infrastructure, public transport, and walking and bicycle paths actually creates 2 or more times jobs compared to the same investments in coal power, in gas power, and in oil as well. Similarly, investing in restoring degraded lands can create as much as 7 times as many jobs as the same kind of investments in fossil fuels. So countries are realizing this around the world, seeing the job opportunity of a green recovery, that it can create more jobs directly from the same investments, and starting to seize those opportunities. Next slide. And this has led to a realization that we can step up a climate ambition. Even during the midst of this pandemic, we have seen a movement from countries, from companies, from investors to adopt net zero targets, even in the midst of the economic and the health and the social crisis we are facing. So we now have 59 countries with over 54% of global greenhouse gas emissions that have some formal pledge or law or policy adopted around a net zero target around the world. So this is something which has happened very much in the last 1 to 2 years. These are the countries represented there. Next slide. And you can see that in terms of the target dates, the vast majority are aiming to get to net zero by around 2050, including South Korea. And we want to congratulate and thank South Korea for that commitment to reach net zero by 2050. There are some countries that are now aiming for net zero before 2050 and a couple after. But the vast majority are aiming for around 2050, which is where the science tells us we need to be in order to keep global warming to manageable levels. Next slide. And it is not only the countries that are doing so. We've also seen an incredible outpouring of commitments towards net zero from companies. We have over 1,400 companies that are committed to science-based targets, many of them looking at how to get to net zero. This includes 22% of global Fortune 500 companies. We also have the fantastic initiative announced just a couple of weeks ago, the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, which brings together asset owners, asset managers, and banks responsible for $70 trillion of assets globally that have committed that their pipeline of investments will be entirely net zero by 2050. And they are looking to apply science-based approaches to the pathways to achieve net zero, to set up interim targets themselves, to cover all emission scopes, and to committed to transparent reporting and accountability. So exciting movements, not just from the countries, but also from companies and from the finance sector. Next slide, please. Of course, these net zero commitments are incredibly important, but as Frank mentioned, the next step once you have these net zero commitments, like South Korea does, is to actually ensure that you update and enhance the 2030 targets under the Paris Agreement to ensure that you are on a strong pathway to actually achieve those net zero targets. And now the world is looking to South Korea and to the other countries that have set net zero targets to enhance and update their NDCs, their 2030 climate targets under the Paris Agreement, to align with these. Already, we have 81 countries globally that have committed to net zero, that have committed to updated 2030 NDCs, and we're looking towards more to do so in the coming weeks and months. We're hoping with President Moon's visit with President Biden later this week, climate change will be a major discussion at their meeting and their discussions there, and that with the P4G summit next week, that might be an opportunity for South Korea to announce an ambitious new 2030 target. Thank you. Next slide, please. So what can we achieve? How is this actually helping to shift the needle in terms of the climate action that we need? Well, what we know is that the pledges under the Paris Agreement so far have put us on track for something similar to about a 2.4 degrees Celsius trajectory, somewhere around there. And this is better than the current policies. Without the Paris Agreement targets, we are going to be on track for more like 2.9 degree target. But what we need is to actually continue to shift these. And these are we're starting to see the difference in how the net zero targets and the new enhanced NDCs are starting to shift down closer to where we need to be for the Paris target. We're certainly nowhere near the 1.5 degrees Celsius target, but we are in the right direction and moving that way. And the more ambition that can come forward this year, the better we will be in terms of shifting that trajectory. Next slide. But we know we are not yet there. And there's a number of areas where we need much stronger, much faster action in order to actually get on track. And these are some of the areas and some of the initiatives that will be discussed at the P4G summit, which can actually help to achieve the kind of stronger action that we need in terms of stepping up electric vehicle use, in terms of shifting much more rapidly away from coal, in terms of renewable energy enhancement, and many others. Next slide, please. One of the key issues that does need to be tackled is really this shift away from coal power. The IEA study this week, which for the first time ever, the IEA really looked at a trajectory that is consistent with the 1.5 degrees Celsius pathway, found that no new investments are needed in fossil fuels at all in order to achieve both energy access goals by 2030, but also to align with the 1.5C pathway. And one of the things that is most important is to shift away from coal investment and coal production, coal-based energy production as soon as we possibly can. So the recent announcement by President Moon that Korea will stop any new international financing of coal is extremely important, and an announcement that we hope will be followed by similar announcements from China and from Japan. But also we need to go even further than that. We need to move towards accelerating the phase out of existing coal, helping to ensure a just transition for relevant communities, not just for climate purposes, but also because of the air pollution benefits and what this means in terms of avoiding deaths from air pollution. So a big focus at the moment is going to be that rapid shift away, that phase out of coal plants globally and in particular in Southeast Asia. And South Korea has a very strong role to play in helping to support and accelerate that transition. Thank you. Next slide. So finally, what are we looking for on the road to COP26, and how does this link to this recovery? As I said, one of the most important things now is that countries need to come forward with enhanced 2030 climate targets that align with these ambitious net zero targets. We're seeing many countries have started to come forward with these, including at the time of the Leaders Climate Summit a couple of weeks ago, hosted by President Biden, but we need others to do so, including South Korea. Second, we must globally stop any coal financing, domestic and international, and look at how to more rapidly phase out existing coal. Third, it's absolutely urgent that we need to step up international climate finance to help support developing countries on their transition to a low-carbon economy and in adapting and building resilience to the climate change that is already hitting now. South Korea has been a supporter of the Green Climate Fund and developing countries, and we hope that many others will also come on board and enhance climate finance. And then finally, it's absolutely essential to partner together with the private sector and create the competitive, job-rich economies of the future in the industries that can really shift us into a new green and inclusive economy. South Korea is taking important steps in that direction as part of its recovery, its green recovery and the Green New Deal. And now is the time to step that up even further and move forward towards the economy of the future. Thank you, Frank. I will leave it there. Thank you very much, and it's a great pleasure to be with you all today.
Thank you, Helen. Great speech, as always, and I'm sure you'll also be happy that the Biden administration, your own country, is stepping up and has made such strong commitments as the President did recently. Can we turn to our next speaker? Ambassador Smith, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Frank. And just to start off with, let me just say what a pleasure it's been to be working on so many things alongside GGGI over the last few years, and a great honor to be participating in this event today. What I'd like to do very briefly today, as has already been mentioned to you, the UK is hosting COP26 in November. We are 6 months away from that now, rather less than 6 months. I'd like to give you a little bit of a flavor of where we feel we are, what's to be happy about, what's to be less happy about, but also just to remind ourselves that, of course, P4G is even closer at hand. We've always seen P4G as one of those key moments on the calendar which we hope can very significantly add to the sense of momentum that we really need to have generated by the time of COP26 in November this year. And as a forum that concentrates on identifying public-private partnerships, I think P4G can demonstrate extremely well how successful partnerships can map very directly onto the achievement of the SDGs. When you think of the zero hunger, you think of clean water and sanitation, you think of affordable and clean energy, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production. It's really easy to see how these successful public and private partnerships can map onto the SDGs. What is more difficult to see, or it's more difficult to be confident that the collective result of action across the world is going to be sufficient to meet the challenges that are in front of us. So I think P4G can help in showing that it can be done, and I very much hope that one of the results from P4G will be a very clear message to industry in Korea and around the world that action on the climate agenda and accelerating action on the climate agenda, it can be done, and it is not to be feared. It's an opportunity to be embraced, not a difficulty that needs to be ducked or avoided or an objective to be diluted. Now, if I could have the first slide, please. Thank you. That I don't think is my first slide. Sorry, let me just refer. Yeah, thanks very much. Sorry, it is. It is also a slide you've seen before in the last presentation, but none the worse from that. And I think what I want to illustrate here is that we are generating very significant momentum 6 months short of COP26, and there is a sense of changes falling into place on a regular basis. We've seen obviously, with the re-engagement of the United States in the global climate agenda, one very significant input into increasing momentum. And against the background of the 22nd of April Climate Summit, again, a number of revised commitments by key emitting countries to help increase that momentum. The UK is amongst those, and I should simply just briefly update for those not aware that we've also announced that we will aim for a 78% reduction by 2035 on our 1990 baseline. So new ambition here is great, but does it actually set us on an assured path to solving the climate crisis? I'm afraid the answer to that question is no. Because, again, as has been explained to you in the previous presentation, this chart is displaying a number of outcomes that are still possible and a number of very seriously damaging outcomes that are still possible if we fail to make sufficient progress on tightening up those commitments. We've seen commitments to 2050 net zero in many countries of the world. Again, that is only to be welcomed, but what we need to see in order to reach this key objective of keeping 1.5 degrees Celsius within reach, and behind that within reach, those words, is a fear that if we do not keep it within reach, if we lose grip on that target, we may rapidly lose grip on a whole range of climatic processes that will make the difficulties we face much graver at a much faster rate than we might have predicted. So that is why I think it's so important to bear in mind that some of these outcomes at the higher range of that temperature range are still possible unless we take sufficient action. To move on to the next slide and just remind ourselves, so next slide please, just to remind ourselves of the difference between 1.5 degrees Celsius and 2 degrees. Sorry, can we go back a slide, please? Even in that range, to remind ourselves that the consequences of missing 1.5 and only coming in at 2 are themselves pretty significant and are grave. And that will give us some idea of how much more of a problem we are going to be facing if we overshoot that target by more. So we end up in the range over 2 degrees Celsius. To move, next slide, please. So the question really here is where do we need to see greater ambition? And at this point, it's not a matter actually of pointing fingers at particular climate villains, because the answer to this question, where do we need to see greater ambition, is everywhere. And I think if we can run through, there are some, if you click on next slide, please. We will, and keep clicking, please. So we go through all these, many of these countries here, and we'll see that many of them, even though there may be a carbon neutrality target, there is still significant action that's required, whether it is focus on key sectors of the economy, whether it is the focus on taking quick action to update the existing NDC. There's a whole range of actions which tell us that that long list of countries which you just saw that are committed to 2050 net zero, that is a good position to be in, but it is way short of sufficient in terms of outlining action that we need in order to keep 1.5 Celsius within reach. In the Korean context, obviously, we very much welcome the Korea net zero commitment, and we know that this 2050 net zero commitment in Korea has kicked off a thorough re-examination of Korea's goals, and it's kicked off another look at where Korea could come out with its next NDC. But again, what we will be looking for here in order to be consistent with the 1.5 Celsius objective is looking for a 50% reduction on 2017 levels by 2030 as being the kind of commitment that would be consistent with the objectives that we need to achieve at COP26. So if we can move on to the next slide, please. COP26, as you know, the UK, in partnership with Italy, hosting COP26 this year. And our basic objectives here, I've mentioned the overriding objective of keeping 1.5 Celsius within reach, and the kind of practical issues which we will need to see addressed. Yes, we will need to see more ambitious NDCs in place before COP26. In practice, that means we will need to see countries accelerating the progress of phasing out coal. We'll need to see acceleration in the curtailment of deforestation, speeding up the switch to electric vehicles, more to being done to encourage investment in renewables, all in the service of achieving the 1.5 Celsius target. There will be obviously a very big focus on the need to adapt to protect communities and natural habitats. The climate clearly is going to continue to change wherever we get to on that 1.5 degrees Celsius scale or upwards, and it will continue to change as we reduce emissions. We need, against that background, to work together to enable and encourage countries affected by climate change to protect and restore ecosystems, build defenses, warning systems, resilient infrastructure, and so on. We also need to make a much bigger impact on mobilizing international finance. One clear focus of this is to help developed countries make good, to help developed countries, and for that to happen, then, developing countries, for that to happen, developed countries need to make good on their promise to mobilize at least $100 billion in climate finance per year by 2020. This is a target, having mentioned that, that year, that clearly we are already missing. We need to do better on that. The United Kingdom has committed £11.6 billion of climate finance from 2021 to 2026 in order to supercharge our efforts to achieve the SDGs throughout the world. And we need to work together. We need collaboration right across governments, businesses, civil society, as we finalize the Paris rulebook and decide how it is we are going to implement it successfully. Next slide, please. So progress is needed. Progress has been made, but more is needed. The next couple of slides, I'm just going to illustrate from the UK point of view. My point here is to illustrate both what can be achieved, but also what still needs to be achieved. You'll see from this slide that a great deal of the 41% reduction in emissions achieved by the UK since 1990 has been on the back of phasing out of coal, but you'll see that in so many other of the important areas in which progress needs to be made, the progress as yet is modest. So to move on to the next slide, and this shows in order to meet our 68% emissions reduction by 2030 target, we have to increase those figures on the earlier side very significantly in those key areas. Moving on to the next slide, this is simply to illustrate, again, this is how it looks in one country from the UK. These are the priority areas which we have selected, which we have concluded will be necessary to us to stay on track to achieve the ambitious emissions reduction targets we have set ourselves. But Right at the bottom of this list, and it might just as well be right at the top, the green finance and innovation. We regard those things as very much going together and as creating a kind of virtuous circle, because one of the things that our experience has told us, that taking as our starting point, that you not only set objectives, but you attempt to lock them in by making these objectives not simply aspirations, not simply targets, you quite simply make them the law. So the UK, along with a number of other countries around the world, has not simply set targets, it has legislated to make those targets legally binding. And I think that as a result, what we have created is an environment in which the understanding that meeting the targets is not an option, it's the law, is firmly entrenched. But that in itself also generates a great deal more momentum in finance and investment, and again, ideally creates this kind of virtual circle where we have broken out of the attitude that tells us that action on climate change is a brake on industry, and we have broken into an age where we are convinced that it reminds industry that this is an area full of opportunity and one where increasingly we will see wise and sensible and promising investment move from the fuels of the last century to the fuels of this century. So that is where I will finish now. As I said, I hope I've done a little bit to illustrate where I feel we are 6 months out from COP26, and just to illustrate from the perspective of one country what it is we mean when we say more action is needed and what those actions look like. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Simon. And with that, I think we've had an international perspective, and as you'll have seen in the program and have seen on stage, we have a number of eminent speakers from Korea who hopefully will give us a perspective on whether that international context applies in Korea and whether in a way that high bar set by the recent countries that have made strong commitments can also be realized in Korea. So if we go in the order we have in the program, can we first give the floor to Mr. Lee Dong-kyu, the Director General for Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Scientific Affairs of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Dong-kyu, please.
Thank you, Frank. I doubt that I can add something after this kind of a very comprehensive presentation from the prominent our speakers. But I think I can raise several issues from the perspective of Korean Ministry of Foreign Affairs, especially now even in this morning, I discussed some climate change actions with our colleagues of John Kerry's office in the US to prepare tomorrow's summit. As you know, nowadays the Biden administration very stressed the importance of the climate change issues and put all efforts to increase the climate action, not only in the U.S. and in international fora. So first one is some kind of cooperation between the U.S. and Korea to provide what needed in the developing countries. As the Ambassador Smith highlighted some issues about coal power plant, also Helen highlighted the ending the international financing for the coal power plants. Korea and the US is now talking about some kind of alternative ways. Everybody knows that theoretically green transition is possible, but if we wanted to stop the international financing to the coal power plant in the developing countries, we have to provide some kind of alternative ways. For example, solar powers or the wind powers. But unfortunately, most of developing countries lacks kind of some capacity and experience, and also lacks of the financing. So we will try to find some ways to provide assistance in this kind of aspect, and we think that it will facilitate the phase out of the coal power plant all around the world. Second is maybe a little bit abstractive, but I think the Ambassador Smith stressed the confidence. As I said, the theoretically possible is one, and realization is the other. And we need kind of some confidence. When I talked with my colleagues from the another ministry, for example, Ministry of Industry and the Ministry of Environment, they still a little bit reluctant because they are not sure that we can make some green recovery, or we can meet our targets midterm or the 2050. Korea, yes, you know that nowadays Korea is kind of some good model and good example to make the faster economic development. But still, we need kind of some confidence. Then other developing countries need more confidence and needs more the example. So US and Korea think maybe Korea could be kind of some example and presented as an example to the world to show the benefit of the green transition, to show the benefit of the climate actions. That's the 2 points now we are talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. And indeed, it's good to hear that you are discussing with the US in a way what to put in place to replace those coal-fired power plants that indeed Korea will not finance anymore. From GGI's perspective, we indeed see many opportunities for that. And indeed, of course, that's exactly where we are working to prepare investable projects. And indeed, we see a lot of opportunities for Korean industry, for the private sector, to contribute technology, to contribute knowledge as well. And the other point you made was where there might be some lack of confidence in Korea that it's actually feasible to make this transition so quickly. And of course, you didn't make as much of a point of that, Ambassador Smith, but the UK is actually one country that has transitioned from 40% of coal in the energy mix to almost nothing in as little as 10 years. So that is the kind of experience, I think, that is also quite relevant to discuss, and hopefully we can come back to that a bit later in this discussion. But thank you for your thoughts there. Can we turn to Mr. An Yoongi, the Senior Vice President of POSCO Research Institute, to have your thoughts on the same subject, please.
I've just been introduced. My name is An Yoon-ki. For the purposes of my discussion, I would like to speak in my mother tongue, if I may. So I enjoyed listening to the presentations today, as well as the opening remarks made by the moderator. And I think that what we have to think about, especially when we talk about green transition, we have to think about the terms of the green transition, because the terms or the conditions of the UK are different from the conditions of Korea and the conditions of Japan, for example. All these countries have different contexts and conditions. I think within the paradigm of sustainable development, we have to think about carbon neutrality and a circular economy, circular product. That in and of itself is a very great, ambitious goal that we have to go towards. This is not really a goal for us. I think the goal here in Korea is green growth, because we want to grow in an eco-friendly way. And that means we want to try to lower the use of and the emissions of greenhouse gases while still maintaining a good level of growth. So we've already seen many countries set out their directionalities forward through their NDCs. They've submitted their NDCs to the UN, and many countries, including the Republic of Korea, have also submitted their visions and declared the visions for carbon neutrality by 2050. In fact, I think POSCO also has set out a vision like that as a corporation. But then it really comes down to the conditions of the green transition. And when there are these green products that are made or circular products that are made, we want these different companies to try to develop these different products and to have a market to sell these products. But we don't really know what this market is going to look like. We don't really know the actual conditions and the terms of what this market is going to look like. And the 2050 carbon neutrality vision is founded on the use of green energy, so solar energy, some portions of nuclear energy, and also green hydrogen as well. If we don't have these renewable energy transitions, then we simply cannot have carbon neutrality. That is why we have to also look at the country's specific statements on what they're going to do in terms of energy transition, literally specifically their energy fuel mix. So we have to look at how they're going to do this. So we understand the what, but we have to understand the how. And I hope that we can hear that in the P4G summit. When we talk about low carbon products or circular products, it's not that the technology isn't there. The technology is there for us to make them. We can make those products, but we don't have a market for those products. We don't know a pricing mechanism for these products. So if there's a market that is made for these products, and if there is maybe some time for us to lead into this building up of these markets, have a good pricing mechanisms for these markets, all of these different specific measures, then I think many countries would be more than happy to enter this market. So we need these policies and some sort of specific pricing mechanisms as well. And I think that for this to happen, the policies have to be consistent and they should not continue to change, because for these kinds of products, these green products or circular products, they're expensive to make. So when a company starts investing in them, they need to do it for the long haul. And that means it needs to be supported by consistent policies down the road. So we talk about green growth as a growth strategy, and also, many companies are requested to up their ESG efforts. And we also talk about green finance. With the green finance, we understand that to mean that many banks and financial institutions are also going to be participating in these green finance efforts. And I think that is also great. But again, it comes down to the how. How are these different financial institutions going to come into this sector as well? If you look at the Paris Agreement, it talks about carbon neutrality and 1.5 degrees. But if you look at Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, it talks about global collaboration, and it also sets forth a sort of a trading mechanism and the CDM, and trying to expand that concept of a CDM in a sustainable way and to allow for these international efforts. And in fact, even in internationally transferable mitigation efforts. So this is there in the article, and we understand, the corporations understand them to be a sort of a slightly moderated version of the CDMs, but we still don't know the specifics of this as well. So, for example, with double counting, we understand what double counting is, but we don't know how it's going to be implemented, for example. And if a product is going to be made that meets these different requirements and can be supported with the right policy measures and the right pricing, then I think, and there is a market for this, then this would be a very good win-win for all of us. Right now, I think that there are many certain countries such as Japan and Singapore and Switzerland that are really working very closely on trying to finalize Article 6 implementation. I think that this is important for us in Korea as well. In Korea, we, along with many countries, have announced this vision of carbon neutrality for 2050, and that is great, and we have to get there. But if we ask ourselves what we're going to do to get there, how are we going to get there, we have to look at this carbon emissions peak for different countries. Carbon emissions peak is different from many countries. For EU and other advanced countries, it was in the 1990s. In Korea, it's in 2020. I think for China, it's 2030. The US is 2005. And this means the EU and the US and Korea have all said that they're going to lower emissions 1.5%, 2%, or etc. But we're working off different carbon peaks, carbon emissions peaks. So that is also something that we have to take into consideration. What Korea is trying to play an important role in is, as has been mentioned, Korea is a manufacturing powerhouse. So it wants to manufacture different products that are already being used around the world. If we can leverage these to also cut down on greenhouse gas emissions, then that in and of itself can be a good way for us to get towards our green growth target. And I think that, as has been mentioned by the moderator and the presenter, Korea can definitely and should definitely play a leading role in that regard. The financial side, with the banks and insurance companies, all of these different parties will have to come in because we want to create a market, as I mentioned, an economic mechanism. For example, when we create a taxonomy for green finance, there is the technology that is developed to cut greenhouse gases, and it has to lead to a lot of widespread activity in that market. So that is why I myself and other many people stress best available technology. And that is why we also talk about best available technology, and that has been applied in certain cases, even last year as well. We want to try to create the right conditions for green finance and green finance players to also come into this market to allow us to try to get into this ambition. And that is also another thought that I wanted to share. And with the 2030 NDC and the 2050 carbon neutrality goals, I think that they need to be looked at a little bit differently. The 2030 NDCs in Korea, I think we are working on the ETS scheme. And with scope 1, 2, 3, we're on scope 1. Because we don't have an ETS market in Korea, we're on scope 2 in Korea. And I think in Europe, it's scope 3, if I'm not mistaken. But with carbon neutrality, it's scope 1, 2, 3. And scope 3 is very complicated. If we don't minimize this, we cannot have carbon neutrality for the world. But this important area, as I mentioned before, there is this argument whether what the origin is for carbon neutrality. If there is this grand vision of carbon neutrality, what is important is not necessarily the ownership of, how we're going to determine where it came from, but we have to go towards this grand vision of carbon neutrality. So we have to go towards scope 3. And so the product aligned, our product, if a better product is being used in the markets and that can cut down on greenhouse gas emissions, then that would be great, because this is also something that can go in tandem with JCM, which is being argued by Japan on the Japan side. And if this can be discussed again at COP26, and many efforts can be made in that regard, then I think that many players will also engage in this and also invest as well. And they'll be more active in participating in these efforts.
You shared a lot of interesting thoughts. Indeed, we obviously share your ambition to have green growth still, and so do many of, I would say all of our member countries. We believe that it is possible, and Ambassador Jensen of Denmark has made in similar panels many comments that indeed in Denmark they have had this transition from fishing to oil to now producing turbines for wind power, and the perspectives he sees for countries like Korea to be a manufacturing hub for wind turbines in Asia, to indeed yes, it will require change in the industry, but there are opportunities indeed to start manufacturing, and there will be markets, we believe, replacing those coal-fired power plants with other products that Korean industry can provide. You, in a way, posed the question to, I think, Ambassador Smith, that I hope we might come back to. Not sure he knows the answer, but we do hope that COP26 will be the place where Article 6 will be finalized. And I can tell you that as GDGI, we work with 8-9 countries to prepare them, to prepare the governance, to prepare what is necessary in terms of MRVs, to measure those credits credibly, so that indeed companies like POSCO can engage in transactions once the rules are clear. So I think you've raised some important points. Let's quickly go to our next speaker and hope that at the end of our 4 initial remarks we'll have a bit of time for discussion to come back to some of the things that you've raised. Can we go to Mr. Yoon Jae-jong, the president of Korea Environment Institute, for your perspective, please?
환경
Before I move on to my presentation, I'd like to briefly introduce what Korea Environment Institute is. Well, KEI is an international organization that formulates the environmental policies for Korea. So this is the think tank organization. So what we do at KEI is to formulate ways how to achieve carbon neutrality. So we do the policy research at KEI. And as I said, I'm the president of the Korean Environment Institute. So we are in a place to listen to various opinions throughout the society. So I'd like to briefly touch upon several points. Carbon neutrality or net zero has become such a popular item in the Korean society. However, the discussions over carbon neutrality has only begun quite recently. My institute, 2 years ago, expected the need for a traditional New Deal. What is a traditional New Deal? That means we have to move on to the digital society and green society. And we also have to move on to human New Deal, which respects humanity. So that's the policy research we conducted in July 2019. And as you well know, COVID-19 broke out in January 2020. Back then, the government endorsed the Green New Deal, and the government promised to actively review the idea. So we were so pleased by the government's response. However, with the outbreak of COVID-19, all eyes were on the livelihood of the citizens. Well, we have lost so many jobs, and many people have lost their livelihood. So the environment was considered as a luxury. That is why we were not able to proceed with this Green New Deal, or Korean version of the Green New Deal idea, but all at the same time, because we cannot continue the status quo, we have to bring about a fundamental change to the Korean society. And COVID-19 was such an important wake-up call. That is why we need to move on to the Green New Deal. Various parts of the society, including civic organizations, have been told by my institute. So finally, Green New Deal was adopted as one of the Korean New Deal last year. Up until that point, carbon neutrality was not an important topic to be discussed intensively. But last year, October, more specifically, the Korean government declared its commitment to carbon neutrality. And now we are talking about achieving carbon neutrality by 2050. We are formulating a scenario for that. And such a discussion has taken place in Europe for over 3 decades, and in such a short span of time, we have progressed the discussion. But well, this is something we have to work on further. So I'd like to ask for your understanding, as I had a brief conversation with Ambassador Smith. I told him that the Korean society is so dynamic. And to my understanding, this is a forum to celebrate P4G Seoul Summit. And why does Korea host P4G Summit? Korea, from the perspective of the international community, was the most impoverished country in the world in the 1960s. And in a short span of 60 years, it has become an OECD member country. In such a short span of time, how is it possible? Of course, we worked really hard and diligently, and we have supported the economic development and the growth and the industrial development. But the support from international community was indispensable. European countries and the advanced nations have extended their full support for Korea. That is how Korea has become an OECD member country. And the experience, the wisdom, as well as the knowledge should be shared with the international community. However, from the perspective of carbon neutrality, Korea has such a long way to go, because Korea's economic development has been achieved on energy consumption. So Korea has consumed, or Korea has emitted almost twice as much as the carbons. However, Korean society has changed so much, has completed the transformation in terms of its perspective. And now, as Korea successfully tackles carbon neutrality issue and this climate change issue, Korea will be able to set a good example for the international community. And P4G is all about the partnership and green growth. Well, this is for the sustainable development. And I do not think government effort alone can achieve this goal, and private sector cannot do this all by itself. If we put together all the efforts, then we might be able to achieve the goal. But this requires international cooperation, not just the efforts by one single country. No matter how much Korea emits carbons, but it is only 1.5% of the global emissions. If we successfully tackle carbon emissions, that does not solve the global climate change issue. There is not one single country that can successfully tackle or undermine global climate actions. So a single change cannot completely change the outcome. That is the reason why I'm telling you this is about not just energy transition, but all the aspects of our lives should be transformed in order to achieve carbon neutrality. This calls for communication. The current society is afflicted with conflict, especially the senior citizens. Well, they have limited digital access. Well, they are not tech savvy. They do not know how to use various applications, not because they've done anything wrong, but because the society has changed so rapidly. In the process of carbon neutrality and the green transition, I think that will be done at the expense of many people, especially the underprivileged, in terms of information and the digital access. We have to include them. We have to ensure active communication. Otherwise, carbon neutrality will cause very serious social conflict and tension. So carbon neutrality is something we can achieve only when we can achieve a social consensus among all the social stakeholders. With this, I'd like to conclude my discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for making the important point that society can only achieve net zero through partnership, which I think is a very welcome message in light of the P4G summit, of course. So can we please move to our last panelist of the session, Ms. Kim Chuni, the Executive Director of the Korean Federation for Environment Management, for your contribution, please.
Hello, my name is Kim Chuni, and I work at the Korean Federation Environment Movement. Recently, on April 30th, the National Pension of Korea opened a pension committee, and they reserve the decision on green finance to the next year. For the last 10 years, the National Pension Fund has been investing about 10 trillion won into different coal-fired emission plants, but they were not able to finalize their green investment principles at this April 30th meeting. And so our organization called on the National Pension Fund to try to continue to work on this issue and adopt some green principles at the next meeting. And another fact that I want to say is that President Moon Jae-in made an announcement at the April summit held by President Biden. And yes, he said that he's going to stop subsidies for overseas coal-fired power plants. But there are about 17 coal-fired power plants that are going to come online in Korea soon. However, there was no mention of these coal-fired power plants in Korea. And President Moon Jae-in gave just a sweeping sort of overview, a general statement only, without talking about the specific measures on these different coal-fired power plants in Korea and overseas. Korea, as you know, also adopted the Green New Deal, which is part of the economic stimulus package. I had the opportunity to compare Korea's Green New Deal with the European Green New Deal. With the European Green New Deal, it talks about new generation Europe. That was an expression that they use out of Europe. In Korea, however, we talk about digital New Deal, Green New Deal, fairness, inclusivity. We use these different words and these concepts, but I don't think we have a general direction of where Korea wants to head in the future. In the European stimulus package, it talks about international humanitarian aid also. But around that same time, Korea, while it is still a very developed country, its economic stimulus package was only domestically oriented without talking about any foreign aid. So I think that this is an area that Korea needs to work on as well. Right now in Korea, the concept of green transition is something that many people know. Everybody knows about this, a keyword. But if you ask someone, why do we need to do a green transition? Largely, people would say that we are going to be extinct. People are going to be extinct. Stanford University say that this grand mass extinction is happening at an unprecedented scale. And all of these different species are going to become massively extinct. This means that human happiness is also going to be put in crisis. So when we ask ourselves, why do we need green transition? We're really doing it for us. We're doing it for me. We're doing it for you. We're doing it for all of us. And so we're doing it for our economic benefit and our social benefit, and also for the sake of sustainability, that we have to engage in green transition in a way that we do not leave anyone behind. The Stockholm Institute announced a plan as well. And here it talks about the economy, the society, and the environment. And if we look at the report, it says that for the economy to go well and for the society to go well, we need a very healthy biosphere. So water, the environment, and climate. This is coming out of the Stockholm Institute. So if we have a very sound, very vibrant ecosystem and a good biosphere, then we can all be happy. But if we don't have that, then economy and society will suffer as a result. And the UN Secretary General's report on sustainability also was released not very long ago. Here it talks about low carbon, resilient, and inclusive growth and development is one that allows for a better earth, allows for better jobs, and decrease inequality and decrease inequity. But recently, we were seeing a lot of climate-related litigation. After the Paris Agreement was adopted, we've seen a lot of these different lawsuits that have been engaged. So from the 1986 to about 2000s, there are about over 1,000 lawsuits. And many of them were engaged after 2005. Many different plaintiffs, many different kinds of defendants. I think that we all have a question in our minds. Is this mission of carbon neutrality really possible? Many people wonder if we can achieve this goal. This is up to the governments, international organizations, and some people, and even corporations, who think that this is hard and this is impossible to do, such as cement makers or aerospace or truck manufacturers or shipyards. I think that it's these manufacturers and these companies who have to step up. So we need pressure from the civil society, but from many people who are here today. So we have to continue to put pressure on all of these different parties. This session is on carbon neutrality and sustainable development. I've talked to farmers and workers and fishermen, and the farmers say, I met a potato farmer. The potato farmer invested in his potato farm and invested about 100,000 Korean won and wasted all that money because of this extreme heat and of these erratic climate patterns. And when I met the farmers at Garorinman or Garorin Bay, they also said that all of these different the fisheries and the nursing fisheries that I've seen growing up have all disappeared. When I meet the laborers and workers in Ansan, they would say that climate crisis, I actually never thought that these people were going to be talking about climate crisis, but when I met the workers in Ansan, they said that we are contracted to work for these different European companies, and they said that 5 years down the road, all of the contracts that we have signed right now are going to be valid for 5 years in the future, but from 5 years on from then, we have to be certified as green if we want to do business with Europe. So there's a lot of these different dilemmas and different issues that many different interested stakeholders across Korea are very much concerned with. So I ask, for Korea, within SDGs, there are multi-stakeholders, workers, farmers, fishermen, all of these different stakeholders. But when we talk about carbon neutrality, are we considering fishermen? Are we considering the livelihoods of the farmers? Because I don't think so. And when we look at the Korean government often always talks about carbon neutrality. It almost never talks about sustainable development goals. There's this imbalance in the frequent use of these different terms. So for the country to develop, the environment is really a source of our food, a source of our water, a source of all these energy. So for us to lead sustainable lives, we need to engage in environmental protection, and everyone has to participate in these efforts. But I feel that some people are being left behind, especially when we talk about policy formulation, that workers, farmers, and fishermen are being neglected in this policymaking process. If I look at the data of other countries, in the case of Germany, they talk about a just full transition. The Philippines, they also have a law on green employment or green jobs. These policies do not necessarily have to only be on sustainable development or green transition. They can talk about both. So in Korea, we talk about green transition and SDGs. I actually think that SDGs should be more of the umbrella term, that it should be talked about more frequently because it is the overarching term. And if we want to build back better, we have to understand that we need to do SDGs. We need to achieve SDGs, and that it comes first, and that is the holistic framework ahead of green transition. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kim, for raising some indeed very important questions, indeed more specific questions for President Moon on indeed not only financing coal internationally, but what it will mean domestically. Indeed, a question from you on how Korea will green its ODA as well. And indeed, I thought the examples you gave from people in Korea experiencing climate change already, pointing out that it's not only mitigation, but also adaptation, which is what we hear from many of our countries, all over, from the small island development states to Africa, and the examples you gave here in Korea. I also thought it was very interesting that those workers were aware that there are markets for green products. What's more, companies will need to be certified green if they want to maintain their current markets. I thought that was an important point in response to Mr. Ahn's point that companies can provide green products if there are markets. Now, we have a little bit of time, so I'm hoping that all of the speakers will be able to give a short statement, just a few minutes, on what you have heard that you want to respond to. And indeed, Ambassador Smith, if we can start with you, you know, you were asked a bit maybe how it was possible for the UK to transition so rapidly out of coal, or whether you can say something about Article 6 in COP26, just to give you a few things you may want to address briefly. Sure. The on-off button, when you push the on-off.
Thank you very much. I'll try and do all of that. Yes, Article 6 is a really important objective of COP26. Getting the Paris rulebook completed and ready to implement in full is certainly one of the very important objectives on the agenda, and we hope to contribute as much as we can to getting that through. Thank you, Frank, for giving me a further opportunity just to say a little bit more about the UK experience. There are one or two things that I skipped over a little bit as I saw the clock catching up with me. So just to single out two things from the UK experience. One, as Frank, you mentioned, in 2012 we were still supplying more than 40% of our energy needs through burning coal. And by 2020 that figure had been reduced to 2%, and it is virtually gone now. In fact, many of the instances where coal is burned to produce electricity for the grid is simply a sort of practice run to make sure that the systems still work. And effectively, coal is no longer a part of our energy mix, and it will be entirely gone by 2024 at the latest. Yes, I agree with our colleague Mr. Ahn, who from POSCO, who says yes, we have to take into account different conditions in different countries in the world, but I think we also have to look at what are the urgent and inevitable objectives that we need to achieve. The United Kingdom was a country that employed hundreds of thousands of people mining coal not so long ago, and as I've just mentioned, not so long ago saw coal as an essential part of its energy generation and an essential component of its industrial structure. But we recognized that we couldn't simply say, those are the conditions, that's what our country is about, those are the conditions we have to put up with, so let's just do our best within that framework. We said, no, we have to change the framework. Again, as I mentioned in my speech, we thought it very important to legislate for climate commitments, to make them the law, and not simply something which we would try hard to achieve, but if we failed to achieve them, we'd say, oh, well, never mind, we did our best. They are things we have to do, and that it helped accelerate our departure from coal. Legislation also will help accelerate our departure from the use of internal combustion engines on our roads. It has also helped to accelerate the massive flow of finance into renewable energy, and that is not something that has just been directed. It's been helped by government action, but it is a trend that is in a sense fed itself, because the more money has gone into the sector, the cheaper the prices have become, the better the technology has become, the easier it has been to generate electricity in those renewable sectors, and so in some ways a virtuous circle is maintained. The last thing I would point out, again, just a couple of figures from the UK experience. In 30 years, up to 2020, our emissions were reduced by 44%. And over that period, our economy grew by 75%. So, again, from our experience, there is absolutely no contradiction between concentrated action to reduce emissions and ensuring our economy continues to grow. Thank you, Frank.
Thank you, Simon. Well, if we can turn to you, Tongkyu, you will have noted a few pointed questions were asked for the government, and you're the closest we have to there. So I know it's not fair to ask you what President Moon will commit to in the P4G summit or what he will say to President Biden, but can you share a little bit about getting concrete in Korea on some of those challenges?
Maybe we have to wait one more day to reveal the concrete result of the summit. But I want to talk about 2 points regarding the comments of our panelists. First one is some business sector's concern. 2050, the net zero target is quite the longer term project. We need kind of some consistency, as Mr. And pointed out. In Korea, in the 30 years span, we will have 6 times change of the government. So we are very serious, and we want to see longer term projection of this process. As you know, Korea, we have very famous catchwords, pali, fast and faster. But this time, we want to take a little bit slow and longer term process. We will establish the Carbon Neutrality Commission this month, end of this month. Through this commission, we will have kind of open series of the public hearing to establish concrete targets, new upgraded NDC, and also new longer-term strategy. With the support and the participation of all stakeholders, public hearing, we will have enough political momentum to take this process by the 2050 net zero targets. That's the one point. And the second one is the participation issue. So I think the member of this panel shows the symbolic meaning of the P4G summit. P4G is about the participation of all stakeholders. Until now, I don't know the preference of the Korean people, but we are very familiar with the government-led initiative in the introduction of a new policy or the change of the policy. But now we realized, actually we need the participation of all stakeholders and the interest groups. So we presented the P4G summit as a good opportunity to change the decision-making process. So now that we establish a platform for the future generation through the P4G summit, and introduce kind of some civil society session. Start is very small, but we will continue. Thank you.
Thank you. And indeed, you pointed out that these goals we discuss here have to be carried by at least 6 presidents till 2050. So we hope that these will become goals which are supported across party lines. Indeed, important when we discuss this with the National Assembly. We see in other countries also that some of these goals are not party politics, but are societal goals that are, we might differ on the exact method, but everybody supports some of those key goals. I think that's a very important point. If we may go back to Mr. Ahn. Mr. Ahn, you asked for markets for green products, and indeed, there are of course many other companies who have signed up for RE100, also requesting or requiring their value chains to be RE100, to be 100% renewable energy. And as Ms. Kim indicated, some markets might require green products. Is that an answer to your quest for markets? And indeed, is there any chance that POSCO will join initiatives like RE100?
Well, I am not the top decision maker, so I cannot give an affirmative answer right now. But I can tell you that POSCO as a whole is very much interested and committed to this. We've actually given a corporate vision last year on carbon neutrality. So, as I mentioned before, Without government sourcing of renewable energy, such as eco-friendly hydrogen and all these different renewable energy sources, we cannot have carbon neutrality. That is why I think POSCO is also interested in RE100. But more importantly, we are very much interested in green hydrogen. And if we cannot have a proper source, a stable source of hydrogen, then I think that for the steel industry as a whole, not just for POSCO, but for all steel makers, it will be very challenging situation. So for us, green hydrogen is very important. Sourcing green hydrogen is important. So that is why we are trying to focus on our cooperation with the government, but it's not going to be easy.
Thank you for pointing out the importance of green hydrogen. We share that with you. We hope to be able to contribute a bit to that agenda as well as GDI in collaboration with companies here. I was just shared by one of the organizers a question from the audience that was a bit, I'm going to address that to you, Mr. Yoon. Can we work collaboratively with other countries on, for instance, energy policy? Can we collaborate on smart grids? Do we have to solve all these issues by ourselves, like as Korea by ourselves, or are there opportunities to reach some of those goals like carbon neutrality in collaboration with others? Could you say a word about that possibly?
Yeah.
Before I was inaugurated as the president of KEI, as served as a member of Scientists Without Borders, and I also served as a president of Available Technologies. So I went to see many least developed countries, Ethiopia, Tanzania, to identify areas where we can extend support. I was deeply involved in such areas of activities. And I came to see that there are many poor nations across the globe. Well, they have a food shortage, they do not have any clean water, and they have limited access to clean water. And they have various other issues and limitations. Unless those issues are successfully tackled, then we cannot say we can jointly achieve carbon neutrality or carbon neutral society, especially on a global front. As Korea is an OECD member country and there are many advanced economies throughout the globe, we need to focus solely on collaboration, international collaboration and cooperation only for the sake of the cooperation rather than pursuing a short-term economic gains. We should be able to support and promote in those developing countries so that they can actively part in this carbon neutrality initiative. And I hope this P4G can serve as an important platform to have such a discussion.
Reminding us that indeed we should strive to achieve the NDCs and the SDGs together and in collaboration. Well, we're coming to the end of our panel, so I think, Ms. Kim, to you the honor to have the last words in our session. As a representative of civil society, you've been listening, you've given us some important advice and questions from people you've spoken to. What would you like to share as your last advice to this panel and to the members of the National Assembly who are listening?
So I think that right now we have the mayor of Tangjin present. And when I had the opportunity to visit Tangjin a few years ago, I remember there were some elderly generation in Tangjin who were very anxious about the coal-fired power plants there. And they called it, I think it was the swamp of evil, I think. And I think that the mayor of Tangjin came in, this new mayor of Tangjin, and he was able to clean up the site. So thank you very much. But I know that POSCO or Samsung, they have these coal-fired power plants in Gangneung and elsewhere. The residents in those areas are suffering from the coal-fired power plants there, and they're asking for the construction of these coal-fired power plants to be ceased. So I would like to raise awareness of that to the people present here today so that you can also make some requests to these different industry stakeholders. There's a lot of conflict between renewable energy and different stakeholders as well. There are about 50 different kinds of environmental organizations across the country, and there are certain regions that suffer from renewable energy as well, specifically maybe wind farms. And for some local chapters of environmental CSOs or civil society organizations that don't have a lot of renewable energy presence, they would talk about coal-fired power plants. And so there is a little bit of a conflict between these traditional power plants and renewable power plants as well within these different environmental CSOs. So when there is this conflict between environment and energy, we have recently said we've called upon MOTI, the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Energy, and also the Ministry of Environment to try to set up all of these different roundtables to allow for interested stakeholders to come in, especially members of the residents to come in to talk about their problems and issues. When you go out to these different communities, we see that the residents are really suffering because they're literally living there where these different wind farms and all of these different energy sites are. So I'd like to ask stakeholders to go to these sites and see what the reality of the situation is and engage in productive discussions with these community members. And for the Ain coal-fired power plant, we've asked them to convert to biomass as well, but I hope that POSCO can also think about converting their power plants to more renewable fuels. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Kim. I think with those questions, we're coming to the end of this first panel. Of course, there is still a second panel, but I hope that you in the audience found this a fascinating discussion as well, and that you'll join me in thanking the presenters and the panel members for their contribution. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. We will take a short break.
Do you remember your childhood playing outside? I remember blue skies, breeze, birds chirping, and even dirt on our hands. This beautiful earth is our home. But today, our planet is suffering. There's no mask, no vaccine for climate change. We have no time to waste. We have to act together and help each other. No one can secure a sustainable future alone. The international community, every single one of us, need to combine our efforts together. Accelerating innovative ideas, pioneering market-driven solutions, action-oriented public-private partnerships. P4G, Partnering for Green Growth and the Global Goals 2030. This global initiative nurtures public-private partnerships, focusing on fighting climate change and achieving SDGs, pursuing to deliver transformative impact. 2021 is a crucial year for tackling climate change. For us, for our children, for our beautiful planet. Unless we act now, there's no turning back. Let's bring our efforts together to build a sustainable future. At the 2021 P4G Seoul Summit. Act now. Green we go. Change we make. Do you remember your childhood playing outside? I remember blue skies, breeze, birds chirping, and even dirt on our hands. This beautiful earth is our home. But today, our planet is suffering. There's no mask, no vaccine for climate change. We have no time to waste. We have to act together and help each other. No one can secure a sustainable future alone. The international community, every single one of us, need to combine our efforts together. Accelerating innovative ideas, pioneering market-driven solutions, action-oriented public-private partnerships. P4G, Partnering for Green Growth and the Global Goals 2030. This global initiative nurtures public-private partnerships, focusing on fighting climate change and achieving SDGs, pursuing to deliver transformative impact. 2021 is a crucial year for tackling climate change. For us, for our children, for our beautiful planet. Unless we act now, there's no turning back. Let's bring our efforts together to build a sustainable future. At the 2021 P4G Seoul Summit. Act now. Green we go. Change we make. Do you remember your childhood playing outside? I remember blue skies, breeze, birds chirping, and even dirt on our hands. This beautiful earth is our home. But today, our planet is suffering. There's no mask, no vaccine for climate change. We have no time to waste. We have to act together and help each other. No one can secure a sustainable future alone. The international community, every single one of us, need to combine our efforts together. Accelerating innovative ideas, pioneering market-driven solutions, action-oriented public-private partnerships. P4G, Partnering for Green Growth and the Global Goals 2030. This global initiative nurtures public-private partnerships, focusing on fighting climate change and achieving SDGs, pursuing to deliver transformative impact. 2021 is a crucial year for tackling climate change. For us, for our children, for our beautiful planet. Unless we act now, there's no turning back. Let's bring our efforts together to build a sustainable future. At the 2021 P4G Seoul Summit. Act now. Green we go. Change we make. Do you remember your childhood playing outside? I remember blue skies, breeze, birds chirping, and even dirt on our hands. This beautiful earth is our home. But Today, our planet is suffering. There's no mask, no vaccine for climate change. We have no time to waste. We have to act together and help each other. No one can secure a sustainable future alone. The international community, every single one of us, need to combine our efforts together. Accelerating innovative ideas, pioneering market-driven solutions, action-oriented public-private partnerships. P4G, Partnering for Green Growth and the Global Goals 2030. This global initiative nurtures public-private partnerships, focusing on fighting climate change and achieving SDGs, pursuing to deliver transformative impact. 2021 is a crucial year for tackling climate change. For us, for our children, for our beautiful planet. Unless we act now, there's no turning back. Let's bring our efforts together to build a sustainable future. At the 2021 P4G Seoul Summit. Act now. Green we go. Change we make. Do you remember your childhood playing outside? I remember blue skies, breeze, birds chirping, and even dirt on our hands. This beautiful earth is our home. But today, our planet is suffering. There's no mask, no vaccine for climate change. We have no time to waste. We have to act together and help each other. No one can secure a sustainable future alone. The international community, every single one of us, need to combine our efforts together. Accelerating innovative ideas, pioneering market-driven solutions, action-oriented public-private partnerships. P4G, Partnering for Green Growth and the Global Goals 2030. This global initiative nurtures public-private partnerships, focusing on fighting climate change and achieving SDGs, pursuing to deliver transformative impact. 2021 is a crucial year for tackling climate change. For us, for our children, for our beautiful planet. Unless we act now, there's no turning back. Let's bring our efforts together to build a sustainable future. At the 2021 P4G Seoul Summit. Act now. Green we go. Change we make. Do you remember your childhood playing outside? I remember blue skies, breeze, birds chirping, and even dirt on our hands. This beautiful earth is our home. But today, our planet is suffering. There's no mask, no vaccine for climate change. We have no time to waste.
Begin the next session at 3:50. If you would like to take your seats, I would like to make some housekeeping announcements and also have the moderator and the speakers, the panelists to come forward. With that, we would like to begin the second session on measures to strengthen private and public cooperation for a society of sustainable development. Will the moderator and the presenters and the panelists please step forward and come to the stage? This session is going to be moderated by Kim Il-jun, co-chair of the Sustainable Development Commission of SMG. So with that, we'd like to begin the second session. Taking this opportunity, I myself have learned a lot, and I would like to take this opportunity to introduce the Sustainable Development Commission of Seoul Metropolitan Government that I'm a co-chair of before I begin this session. This commission under the Seoul Metropolitan Government was first established in 2013 after an ordinance was promulgated for Seoul Metropolitan Government, and the first committee was established since then, and now we have the fourth commission that is in operation. The first commission came up with a framework plan for sustainable development in 2015, and then legislated this in 2017 in January. And in April, the first action plan for sustainable development was established as well. And around this time, the UN SDGs, they were first announced in 2015. And so in the process of coming up with ordinances and etc., we were not able to reflect the UN SDGs in this action plan. The new SDG for Seoul was next announced in November of 2017, and this reflects the UN SDGs. And this is called the Seoul Sustainable Development Goals 2030. This consists of 11 specific goals, 11 targets, and about 96 specific goals under the Seoul Sustainable Development Goals. I am currently the co-chair of the 4th Commission, which was launched in May of last year. In December, the 2nd Framework Plan on Sustainable Development and the implementation plan for the Sustainable Development were established. The implementation plan has 97 plans, 106 targets, and 109 indicators. The framework plan and the implementation plan with the 4th Commission were reviewed by us, and adjustments were made as necessary. And to allow for the dissemination of SDGs, we provided many consulting services to different local municipalities. For example, something that we are already doing is sustainable development evaluation that we're doing across all of the city administration activities of Seoul. And also for major policies of Seoul, we also look into how much sustainable development is factored into those policies. So we have these evaluation tools that we have at our disposal that we're using. And as I mentioned before, we're also working with different local governments. We have seminars and discussion sessions, and we also allow training and educational materials to different communities as well, so that we can disseminate the importance and raise awareness of SDGs. In this session, as has been introduced, this session is titled Measures to Strengthen Private and Public Cooperation for a Society of Sustainable Development. There are 2 presenters and 4 panelists. First, we have His Excellency, I don't know if I can pronounce this correctly, His Excellency Peter Winkler, a Deputy Head of Mission. Would you please?
Thank you very much for introducing Dr. Kim. And first of all, also from my side, I'm very honored to participate in this event. I'm very grateful that GGI organizes this international seminar today. And I think the first session was also extremely interesting and insightful also for me. In the first session, it already was pointed out that, or how much important international cooperation is in the fight against climate change. I'd like to add another element to this, and it was already pointed out by the moderator, Dr. Kim. Green initiatives will only be successful if there is a broad public acceptance. And it is a huge undertaking which needs to take into account social, economic, and environmental issues in a comprehensive approach, and in close cooperation between public and private stakeholders. And this is what I would like to focus today, and to give you a little bit of a background of the German experience today. First of all, however, when we talk about German climate and energy policies, we need to say we cannot, we are not in an isolated framework, but we are deeply embedded into the EU framework. And I'd like to give you a small overview of this. Was a lot of talk already about the European Green Deal. The EU Commission and the EU member states have laid the basis for a double-fold growth strategy with this New Deal to overcome the COVID pandemic and to make Europe's economy future-proof. So we commit to emitting at least 55% less greenhouse gases in 2030 compared to 1990 level, and we want to become the first climate-neutral continent by 2050. This will not be an easy undertaking. All sectors of our economy need to take part. Energy and transport sectors are major elements, but also energy efficiency and investment in environmental friendly technologies will be crucial too. And certainly we need a lot of money for that. But a lot of money has also been reserved for this. So more than 1/3 of the total EU budget of the seven years, which comprises 1.1 billion or trillion euro, goes into climate-related investments, and there will be a further boost of 750 billion euros with loans or non-reimbursable grants. And there is another aspect which also was mentioned several times before. Franz Timmermans, the Vice President of the EU Commission, said it only yesterday again in an interview. Green transition will only work if it is socially equitable too. So there will be also a kind of just transition mechanism which provides additional fundings. So let me now go a little bit more into to the national level. What is the German energy transition? Basically, Germany represents around 1% of the world's population, but we emit 2% of global emissions. If all countries emitted or acted the same way, global emissions would double. And I don't need to explain the implications. Therefore, in Germany, there is a broad national consensus on the overall goal of decarbonizing our economy, even if the pace and the extent of our transition may be often hotly debated. So what we want to achieve is a fundamental transformation of our energy system, and we would like to go away from nuclear power plant. The last nuclear power plant will actually shut down next year, 2022. And the coal phase out should be completed between 2035 and 2038. Another aspect is key. Over the years, the social and public acceptance of this Energiewende has steadily grown. The participation of private consumers and house owners was crucial from the very beginning. This is also a very important point. And private consumers and house owners actually contributed a lot. Today, it is almost normal that building a new house will imply also solar panels, heat pumps, and so on, energy efficiency planning. In the past years, the share of renewable energy sources in the electricity sector has gone up dramatically. Today, we are almost at 50%, up from 5% 20 years ago. And through renewable energy greenhouse gas emissions, we managed to reduce more than 42% since 1990. Certainly, while we focus mainly on protecting the environment, it also needs to be said that there is a lot of economic opportunities. More than 11 billion euro were invested in renewable energy, for instance, in 2020 alone. And as Simon Smith also pointed out, also our economy managed to maintain its competitiveness. We have decoupled GDP growth from the increase of CO2, and the same goes for the EU. The EU's economy has grown by 50% since 1990, while its emissions decreased by a quarter. And we got a net growth. We got also net growth. 300,000 people are employed in the renewable energy sector in Germany alone today. Our judicial body has acknowledged the need for climate action too, and our German Constitutional Court officially urged to further specify our national climate action plan. The court put it very clearly: we must not disrespect the rights of our younger generation, who will ultimately have to pay for the results of our actions. So, as a result, the climate action law was passed, it was revised, and the cabinet passed a revision. We would like to achieve climate neutrality now by the year 2045, and moreover we aim to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 65% now, instead of 55% by 2030. Let me now also go a little bit, make it a little bit more concrete and talk about our coal phase out. As you know, Germany has been among those industrialized countries that historically have emitted the largest share of carbon into the atmosphere. Lignite is the country's largest domestic energy source. And so the German government was confronted with a fundamental dilemma: how to achieve a major impact in terms of sustainability on the one hand, while assuring the broadest possible acceptance of all relevant stakeholders on the others. And just in the lignite sector, we have 20,000 mine workers. So it was a problem of a huge socio-economic dimension which needed to be tackled. And we addressed this through an incremental approach and through a very inclusive approach. We set up a Commission on Growth, Structural Change and Employment, the so-called Coal Commission. And it was, this Coal Commission was responsible for finding economic perspectives for coal workers in the regions and to spell out measures to reduce carbon emissions and to name an end date for coal-fired power production. And to make it very inclusive, it consisted not only of representatives of federal states and state ministries, but for a large number of members of civil society, like politicians, research institutions, industry associations, NGOs, the unions, citizen representatives. And this Coal Commission came up with recommendations after long deliberations of more than a year, almost 2 years. And the recommendations were taken up in a coal exit law, which was passed last year. So, as a result, we will pull out of coal at the latest by 2038, and we already hope that we can get out of coal by 2035 already. Already now, coal has become less and less competitive, particularly considering the CO2 prices in the European emission trading systems. Already last week, you may have noticed the coal price or the CO2 price reached a mark of €50, which makes coal hardly competitive anymore. The coal exit law also considers compensation claims for coal plant operators and sketches out various economic support programs in the region dependent on coal. So these were basically regions in the eastern part of Germany and in the western part of Germany, mostly structurally poor. And what we would like to create now is growth engines and invest in new technologies there. So for this, we have reserved a fund of 40 billion. We are convinced that these 40 billion euros may not even need it as a whole, as they can use as a seed money, and maybe some private investment will take up. Let me conclude. On Korea. For Germany, Korea has been a trusted partner to address climate change and sustainability for long. And we are highly welcoming President Moon's announcement to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050, his announcement to stop international coal finance and to present a more ambitious NDC in this year. And in the last panel, there was a question asked, how can we cooperate? How can Korea cooperate with other countries? And I think Germany could be one of those examples when it comes to the transitioning to inclusive approaches, but also in energy cooperation. Last year, we concluded such an energy cooperation, also an energy partnership with Korea, and we think this is something of a two-way road. Korea is so much advanced in hydrogen, in EV technology, but we also can contribute. I think this is an ideal synthesis and an ideal symbiosis to work together and to push the green agenda and the sustainability agenda forward. And we are very happy to cooperate with Korea, and there is still plenty of opportunities, and I thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Germany, not just to me, but to many people, has been recognized for its advances in the energy sector. Well, Germany has been a benchmark country for many nations across the globe. And thank you very much for sharing what has been going on in Germany in terms of the energy sector and energy transition. What is really impressive is that by 2045, Germany is to become net zero, and it will move on to the phase of negative emission. This is the first time for me to hear the term. And the coal industry will be phased out. But in the process, well, the industry as well as the regions, well, coal-focused regions, will be fully supported. Well, actually, that was the concern that Letty addressed and covered in the previous session. But I can really appreciate the efforts made by the German government to that end. At the same time, what is really encouraging is that while reducing carbon emissions, well, the Germany has successfully grown its economy. This is really encouraging, and this is something we all want to have, and we are all looking forward. So I think what Germany deserves a further study on the part of Korea, and I'm really glad to hear that Germany is more than willing to cooperate with Korea.
Next, we would like to hear from Kim Hong-jang, who is the mayor of the city of Dangjin, who's going to be talking about sustainable development for local municipalities. Hello, everyone. It is a pleasure to meet you. I'm currently the chair of the Local Government Council for Sustainable Development. It is an honor for me to have this opportunity to present to you for the seminar that is held in commemoration of the P4G summit. I would like to thank all the organizers for inviting me today. For the last 6 years, I have been working with different other local governments and municipalities to respond to climate change and sustainable development, and also lead energy transition. Today's presentation is going to be based on my past experiences and my own philosophies. I'm going to make some proposals and also introduce some case examples to you. First, I want to talk about the current social and political situation in Korea, and talk about ways to expand governance and cooperation. And also, based on my experiences, I'd like to offer you some of the findings that I've gone through. The council that I'm currently the chair of has been established in 2017. It is sort of a network for local governments and municipalities to work together towards sustainable development. There are 29 members thus far. These different local governments and municipalities try to drive sustainable development in their regions, work together with the central government and experts and civil society and communities to allow for innovation. We meet regularly. We talk about success cases and failure cases, share our experiences. We also discuss innovative new policies, or also lead the movement for the local regions. So we're very active in the field. If we think about the post-COVID-19 issues for Korea, we're seeing this level of decentralization coming from centralization. We're seeing more local autonomy. And we're seeing this limited growth for the domestic economy overall, but we're seeing more locally customized economic models. And also, we're seeing less of a standardized carbon development, more of an eco-friendly city model. And also, we're seeing less fragmented functional government roles and actual decentralized governance. I think that we are in the midst of a grand transition for Korea. And right now, many local governments have a lot of concerns, specifically about carbon neutrality, climate crisis, and sustainable development. So there are these three big themes that we have to think about, and there's a confusion which we should prioritize. From the early 2000s and to now, we have not had a systematic approach towards climate crisis. That is why, for the local governments, it's difficult for us to work on because there is no central government level guidelines for climate crisis response that we can adopt in the site. Thirdly, there's also a lot of concerns over appropriate funding and sufficient funding for carbon neutrality. There's also the issue of a lack of experts. So there's not many global experts or innovative administrators. And also because of COVID-19, it's just physically difficult for us to meet in person, and this is making things very difficult as well. So these are different issues that are arising in a complex situation. So we have to be very humble and try to entangle this very big web of problems. For example, we have to look back on the centralized governance framework that we've seen in the past and also try to be more decentralized in our governance going forward, especially for the local governments and local municipalities. And we have to look at carbon neutrality and climate response from the point of view of inequality, that this is something that is going to help us ease inequality, social inequality as a whole. And we have to not simply try to solve the current climate crisis from the point of view of energy or industry alone. We have to look at it in a holistic way. We have to come up with a new legislation, a framework act on sustainable development, so that we can give more centralized power and authority to local governments, give a legal basis for local governments, and also provide support in the form of budgets and human resources and different other resources as well. For this kind of governance, we have to look at different issues as well. Right now, there's a lot of confusion on this. There's carbon neutrality, climate crisis, and sustainable development. But these should not be looked at in isolated, in silo policies. The climate crisis is something that all local governments have to prioritize. And for us to achieve these goals, we have to look at carbon neutrality as a core strategy. Sustainable development has to be the overarching vision, whereas climate crisis is going to be the goal. Recently, the National Assembly has been trying to make some efforts toward this end to try to create this kind of a logical framework in which to put carbon neutrality, climate crisis, and sustainable development. I don't have a lot of time, so I cannot go into this in detail in this slide, but I think it's very important to note that we have to have a systematic framework for governance for the local governments in particular. And another important thing is for us to engage in an international network of local governments and local municipalities across the world. So there needs to be cooperation between central governments and local governments, and for us to share data and human resources. There also needs to be more expanded cooperation between local governments themselves, but we have to make this more professional with more expertise. The current proposed Framework Act on Sustainable Development is calling for the establishment of a presidential Sustainable Development Committee. And we would like to have active participation of local governments in this committee as well. Under this framework, there's 4 platforms for the international network, and policy platform, and PR platform, and practice platform would work in tandem. Going forward, the governance under the Presidential Sustainable Development Committee should be more solid and made more firm. And outside of this, we should also engage citizen participation, so more of communication and PR governance as well. What I would like to propose today is something that I have learned out of my experiences through city administration in Tangjin City, where I'm a mayor of. Tangjin City is like a microcosm of Korea. In a very short period of time, the city of Tangjin was able to achieve remarkable economic growth. But in that process, we did not have enough time to think about governance. No, when in 2016, we set forth the UN SDGs as a key core vision of the city administration. And at the end of 2017, we also established our own 당진 SDGs. And until 2019, we upgraded the 당진 SDGs and made them more sophisticated. In that process, we worked very closely together with the civil society. And we were able to work on climate crisis and energy transition as specific goals. We've also aligned this with citizen participation and citizen sovereignty. At first, it was hard going, it was not easy, but we had a long-term vision in mind, and we created a roadmap. So in many areas, we're able to have very good achievements. The biggest areas of achievement was that we were able to raise awareness among our citizens, and our approval rate has continued to grow up, especially in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. And there's also more citizen participation as well. So this was we were able to see this through a roadmap. The citizens have selected themselves that the most urgent task that we have to do is energy transition. Because in Tangjin, we have the largest coal-fired power plant in the nation in our local region. So many people understand the need for this. We know that the over 200 plus different local governments have different conditions and have different contexts. Some regions see energy as the most important industry. For some regions, it could be tourism, or for some other regions, it could be farming. And something that could work in one region might not work for another region. So the local governments have to have autonomy, and they should get to have call the shots in terms of their governance system. One of the biggest concerns of the local governments in Korea is that there are silos across their departments. And I wanted to overcome this issue. So that is why I would moderate a policy coordination meeting. In the beginning, I actually held this meeting every week, but now I hold this meeting monthly. So these department heads can all come together to provide policy formulations and policy proposals. And I think that this is a good benchmark case for other local governments to look at. For 당진 SDGs, for us, we were able to identify 15 core agenda items for our 당진 SDGs and also use that to come up with target projects. There are some areas where we're doing well in, some areas that we're not as well doing well in. But the fact that we were able to use our own governance system to come up with this list of policy goals was very interesting and very encouraging for us. We were able to see that if we continue to push through with the governance, then we were able to have actual good results. This is another food for thought for other local governments and local municipalities. We were able to also have very successful different platforms that we launched, in some cases together with the private sector. So, for example, the Citizens Sustainable Development Institute or the Public Interest Activity Support Center. These are different centers and research institutes together that were established with the participation of citizens. We are well aware that the city officials cannot do everything on our own. So we want to expand bringing in citizens' expertise and experts' expertise through these different platforms. These platforms are enabled to provide support to the citizens because they're also in some part owned by the citizens. If you take a look at this photograph, you would see young people who are participating in a program, a teenage youth program on sustainable development. The name of this project was also given by the youth participants themselves on sustainable development. The more you know, the more you do. We were able to see through this participation as well that when the youth are actively involved, they actually deliver on these different achievements as well. This network of this local government network already has been in place for decades of years, and if we can provide them with more budget and resources, and they can do even more down the road. For the citizens themselves have access to so much data, and with this data, they have decided to do away with cars, and they have started walking more and going on e-bikes more. And so we were able to see what we can actually achieve with citizens' participation. Before I end my presentation, I would like to make a proposal. The 2015 net zero, the 2030 sustainable development, energy transition, they can all be possible only when they start at the local level. We need to establish the right governance system to make this happen. We're able to see some of these successful case stories, and these successful cases. The international organizations, local governments, and federal governments all have to work together to scale up these success cases. The Framework Act on Sustainable Development can be a starting point for this. Once we institutionalize these efforts, I think that we can expand this governance system. With that, I close my presentation. Thank you. So I'm reminded of the city of Kitakyushu. It was an old mining town, heavily polluted. But now I've heard that it is one of the cleanest cities in the world, that it is actually a big tourist destination. The mayor of Dangjin has given a presentation on a lot of these different projects that they are spearheading in Dangjin for the sake of sustainable development, and that has reminded me of the city of Kitakyushu. And I've also felt and seen the importance of leadership. As you've mentioned, local governments are different from the federal government. They have different budgetary constraints and different issues in the face of them, but the local governments also have these different advantages that they can leverage to become a city like Kitakyushu. So thank you for that presentation, and I hope that other local municipalities can benchmark Dangjin going forward.
Then now let us move on to discussion. We have 4 discussants. Before we move on to the discussion, I'd like to ask for your understanding. I should have introduced all the speakers and presenters, discussants in detail, but I skipped it time-wise. So I'd like to ask you to refer to this program book to understand their backgrounds as the area they are working on. Our first discussant is Ms. Eun Hae-jung, a Director of Green Transition Policy Division of the Ministry of Environment. Very nice to meet you all. The Mayor of Dangjin and the Ambassador, I'd like to thank you for your great Deputy Ambassador, I'd like to thank you for your presentations. I'd like to make 2 points here. Well, today's theme is a strategy for green transformation and cooperation for carbon neutrality and achieving SDGs, as elaborated on in the first session, as well as the Mayor of Dangjin. Well, the carbon neutrality and SDGs do not seem to go hand in hand. So we need to have a more integrated and holistic approach. Well, that has been emphasized throughout today's program. I totally agree with you all. Before I joined this Department of Green Transition Policy, but I worked for the United Nations for 4 years. The Paris Agreement and SDG were adopted in the same year, but the effort to put them together has been rather recent. I think, to my recollection, in 2017 there was a climate adaptation conference, and there I learned a lot about various individual climate adaptation efforts, and I also delivered my presentation linking each item of the Paris Agreement with SDG goals. But I was surprised to see that many people didn't seem to understand them in a holistic view. But as time went by, the the UN Agency for Society and Economy has held a conference which connects carbon neutrality and SDGs, which has become an annual event ever since. And the COP also has hosted an SDG-related conference to link SDGs and climate actions. And as those efforts have continued, now we have P4G, which started as Global Green Growth Summit. And now we have P4G, which started back in 2018. So this is the trend we have seen so far. Then how carbon neutrality is connected with SDGs. As I listened to the presentations, and especially in the session 1, many people mentioned IEA report, net zero by 2050, a roadmap for global energy sector. That is the title of this report. Even this report gives us a clue as to how to connect SDGs and carbon neutrality. In order to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050, a great deal of photovoltaic and a wind capacity has to be installed. From the perspective of the SDGs, that is 7.3. That is renewable energy target. At the same time, every year, energy efficiency needs to be boosted by 4% every year. That is every year. That is 7.2 of SDGs, which is energy efficiency. However, in order to achieve those goals, what we have to do is to provide access to 780 million people to electricity, which is SDG 7.1, access to electricity, universal access to electricity. So we have to achieve all these goals all at the same time. However, through those efforts, we can deliver many people from the harms of air pollution. So we can save many millions of lives through an investment. By 2030, we can achieve 4% of GDP growth, which is related to the economic growth, and a great number of jobs will be created. So this is related to poverty, or tackling poverty. So in that sense, SDGs and carbon neutralities are essentially interconnected with each other. As we can see in the case of Dangjin, SDG Framework Act has not been fully enacted yet, so there is a little bit of difficulty in terms of governance. So the central government has assigned SDG and carbon neutrality related tasks to different departments within the government. So this might undermine some consistency or continuity. However, at least at the local government level, there is an integrated framework as well as policy which has been successfully implemented. So I believe we need to further promote and disseminate the success cases of the local authorities, such as Dangjin. And the role of the central government is to provide the regulations and provide the legal support required and create some legal ground and governance for the activities and initiatives implemented by local authorities. That is the role to be played by the central government. I'm currently working as the head of the Green Transition Policy Division. The role of my division is in twofold. The first is the is about implementation. So we do the fostering of R&D and the green industry, green financing. And another pillar is in cooperation with stakeholders. So these are the two main areas of work for my division. As for green financing, well, due to time constraints, I will not elaborate on that item. And as for the cooperation with the stakeholders, before concluding my discussion, I'd like to share with you some points. I think, well, probably in May 18, in the cabinet meeting, the Framework Act for Sustainable Development is expected to be passed into law. As for the cooperation with stakeholders, what is really important here is to create a governance scheme at the central level. But the current scheme for sustainability or sustainable development is under the Ministry of Environment. So the integrated governance is not in place yet. So in order to tackle such a problem, well, the Framework Act for Sustainable Development has been proposed. And with this, we will have the Sustainable Development Commission under the President. And with that, we will have many local level Sustainable Development Commissions. And with this, we will be able to successfully address various pain points as well as the conflicts and tensions as we pursue carbon neutrality and sustainable development. And one of the key pillars of the Framework Act is the forum for discussion. Although we have the Sustainable Development Commission under the President and at the local government level, we need to be able to create a platform or a forum where the civil society can freely present and express their ideas and opinions. So this Framework Act allows such a forum to be created. As mentioned by the Mayor of Tangjin, we need to have the resolution, we need to have this Framework Act as soon as possible so that we can institutionalize all the efforts. Thank you. Thank you. The Framework Act for Sustainable Development was mentioned and elaborated on in this discussion. And the Sustainable Development Commission was initially under the President's office, but with the new administration's inauguration, it has become under the Ministry of Environment. That's the history of the Commission, and this Framework Act will promote the Commission into an organization which will go directly under the President. I really hope that we'll be able to see the promotion of the status of this commission. As you mentioned at the start of your discussion, sustainable development and climate change, if you narrow this down further, SDGs and net zero of carbon emission will have a clear links with each other, and I came to see that thanks to your discussion. The Ministry of Environment has made dedicated efforts to tackle carbon neutrality and to achieve SDGs, but I truly hope that as for this one, all the things planned can be fully implemented and fulfilled. And I'd like to ask the National Assembly members to provide a full support. Thank you very much.
Next, we would like to move on to Mr. Lasse Ringus of GGGI.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me. Yeah. So I've been listening very carefully to the discussion on this panel and also the other panel, and I really appreciate there are many views and aspects where we have covered from even local communities within Korea to the national, and then I'm gonna now look more at a broader viewpoint on developing countries. And I'm going to talk more about the private sector than maybe some of the other speakers. So if we can go to the next slide, the slide before that. So just very quickly, and don't try to read all the boxes, but what this is trying to communicate is that there is a need for finding ways to coordinate or to collaborate between the public and the private sector. And the public sector has a key role in helping developing pipelines of projects in developing countries. And GDGI is one such organization where we help working on particular concrete projects. And one of the gentlemen on the previous panel talked about how are we going to do this, who's going to do that, what are we going to do. So this is something that maybe I can give you some flavor of. So we try to challenge or address that challenge, which is to develop business opportunities that are in the interest of developing countries and are aligned with the interest also of the private sector. And for that we need governments to help. So if we go to the next slide. It is a little late in the day, so you should not look too carefully at this, but it is giving you a bit of a wake-up call in terms of what you see in the red on this screen is that there are many project opportunities in developing countries. The bad news, if you will, is that they are not very profitable and they are quite risky to undertake. And that holds back the private sector. So what we can do about this is we need to get these projects to be more commercially attractable, and we need to reduce the risks of the projects. So we need to move these projects into something that gives a steady revenue flow over a long time. Then there will be plenty of money in the world that will be invested into such projects. So this is what you see highlighted, that we need to do something about the high risk, and we need to do something about the returns on these projects. Otherwise, we cannot incentivize the private sector. And the private sector works best with incentives, with carrots. Sticks are maybe part of the toolbox, but we need to find ways to tap these funds. This graph here shows the pipeline, the types of projects that we have been developing over the last couple of years. The orange part show that is stacked on top of the blue is the private money that is coming into our pipeline. So this is to show when you start looking at mitigation opportunities in developing countries and you look at business models, you will see that private money will be flowing into that space. So this is what's happening. So we have been working on primarily at the outset for money from development agencies in some of the European countries, but over time private money is coming in because there are opportunities for the private sector. And on the right-hand side you see in small numbers, and you shouldn't really spend too much time on it, but the private sector will invest its own money and it will raise debt. And this is, to put it very plainly, this is our job to help structure this so that this attracts the private sector. I will give you just 3 types of project examples. They're all from Asia, and they just show different shapes and forms in which the private sector might engage in the areas where we can deliver greenhouse gas reductions. We can, and almost as important, or maybe more importantly, also deliver jobs. So this first example here is from India, and Frank, he mentioned that earlier. This is a project that connects 2 major cities in India with transportation, a 700-kilometer long road from Mumbai to Nagpur. And on that road now there will be solar panels that will be powering along the highway there, which was a design outcome after we explored various opportunities how to green this project. So it's an example of a important transportation project where there are opportunities to look at where can we green this. Maybe it could also be in the materials that are being used, and obviously there will be electric cars coming in over time. So this is one example, and we are pursuing more such opportunities. Another one is for Vietnam, a pioneering project that is, which is fairly standard in Europe, and I'm saying this because we have some Europeans on the panel, but in Vietnam it's not business as usual to use waste as a resource. So waste will be is a huge and increasingly severe problem in Vietnam and many other countries, and also I think also in our part of the world. Here we found a solution so we can use the waste for energy production. This is driven by a private company. This is a private company that are putting in equity, a significant portion, and there's also local banks that are engaging in this space. The final example is from Mongolia, where we have worked on a fund. We also work on funds that will help providing more affordable loans for households and businesses so they can install energy efficient equipment in houses and in industries. The problem there is a classical problem in developing countries that the access to finance is a barrier. Interest rates are very, very high. They can be as much as 20%, and you need to repay the loan real quickly. So this is an issue we were also engaged in setting up a fund for Mongolia. And as you probably know, there is a severe air pollution problem in Mongolia, been for many years, and we hope that this fund can help address this issue. So just some quick, if I can. I wanted to show the slide with the recommendations, but they are a couple here. First of all, that is very important that we help create an environment in developing countries that enables or give the certainty and the consistency that in private investors they need. This is sometimes described as the enabling environment. We need to build such an environment. There needs to be predictability in regulations and in policies and in support by governments. We need to create partnerships between the public and the private sector. The private sector creates the wealth in the countries. They are the biggest employer. This is where new technologies are being developed. And governments need to harness this force in the interest of the growth of developing countries and into interest of the population. This is a key area, and only in these countries where we can see that there is workable partnership models do we see consistent growth that is also green. Then we need to have what is called concessional finance, and this are flows of if you will, non-finance that is more patient or not as expensive as what you find in the commercial markets. So this is provided by development agencies. In Germany, it could be KfW that is providing this, or in the UK, it could be DFID, and Koika is providing this from Korea very generously. It's very important in order to create the comfort and sometimes guarantees or other such instruments so the private sector can invest. Green pipelines is have already alluded to. So this is, and maybe it's not commonly known, there is a severe shortage of investment opportunities in developing countries. And this is much because of the regulatory and the policy environment. It's also sometimes the difficulties of preparing projects. So we at TGGI and other such organizations are really working on trying to accelerate the global pipeline of projects. So we are not an investor, so we match the projects with investors such that we can mobilize projects in the interest of developing countries. And we need to do this in ways where we can get to scale. So we need to find ways, not just that the big projects, are much easier, but there are also many projects with energy access for poor communities, rural areas. How can we put solar home projects on many low-income family houses and so forth? And we have some experiment with this. This is very important also for the investors. And then the greening of the financial sector, which is many issues under this, but one that has been talked about several times is to not invest in fossil fuel. This is an area where we see much interest from our partner countries, that development banks in Latin America, for instance, have been asking us how we can help them to develop investment criteria so they can spot the green projects and find ways in which they can develop a green pipeline. We're also helping with development of green bonds that can mobilize finance for projects. I just want to flag that according to credible sources, the opportunities in developing countries are very, very significant. And this is something I think also Korean decision makers and industry should take note of. A recent report from the International Finance Corporation that is looking only at 20 developing countries, 10 sectors found that there were more than $10 trillion of opportunities of commercially available projects if we can find ways in which we can use concessional finance. It could create more than 200 million jobs, which is very, very significant. And we saw some of these numbers before. So I think that, or I hope that this just gives you some sense of if you take a much more global view of global perspective on the discussion here. I would just end on the note that it's also important to work with developing countries for several other reasons. One of which is that they are the most vulnerable to climate change. We know that they are probably the least responsible for the problem, and probably also those who have the least capacity to deal with it. So there's been this fairness discussion in the context of climate change for the longest time. But as you also saw at a slide earlier today the emissions in the world are actually growing not from developed countries, but more from developing countries. And if you looked at the list, the Ambassador Smith he showed, I think there were several developing countries in the top 5 and in the top 10, and the first one is a developing country. So we need to and should find ways in which we can cooperate and develop the technologies that can benefit both developed and developing countries. So thank you very much, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much. We were able to hear about some projects that GGGI is helping to lead, specifically in these developing countries. I think that it really comes down to funding and comes down to money, but it has been mentioned GGGI is helping to structure these projects in a way to lower risk while also try to increase the returns. And that's very important for us to do, to try to attract funding. As many of you are well aware, many members of the industry, corporations, and even finance, we're seeing a lot of innovation in these fields. So by that I mean this ESG criteria. This ESG is going to have huge repercussions across the industry. It's talking about environment, governance, and society, different issues. And obviously, one of the most important out of these is the climate change response, so specifically regarding environment. So I do believe that there is going to be a lot of funding in this space. It already has attracted a lot of funding and is going to be expanded in the future. For many corporations and businesses, And for people who are interested in green finance, they are always looking for different opportunities to put their money in. And these different cases that has been introduced by GGGI, by Dr. Ringis, will be helpful and informative. And to invest in developing nations now means that we can help to invest in these countries that will have the potential to have emissions in the future. So by going in early, we can curb carbon emissions early on. So thank you very much for your comments.
Now I'd like to turn to our third discussant, Mr. Park Won-cho. I'm sorry, well, he was supposed to give his discussion, but instead Mr. Sang-ho Cho, the team leader of the same team, the future business team of GS Holdings, will give his overview on this. So I'd like to ask for your understanding that I'm here on behalf of Mr. Won-cho, as I work for a corporation. I'd like to share with you the business's perspective and where businesses would like to make an investment. I would like to start by addressing the explosive growth of ESG investment, which has been highlighted in the capital markets. ESG, which started in the 1950s, has a long history derived from socially responsible investing, a part of ethical investment. The formalization of ESG was done with the launch of PRI, or the Principles for Responsible Investment. PRI was formed as a network of international investors in 2006, supported by the United Nations. As the name implies, it is the alliance of investors and financial institutions who have signed to comply with the Principles for Responsible Investment. As of March 2020, there are 3,038 institutions who signed the PRI with $103 trillion of assets under management. As for South Korea, the National Pension Plan and 7 other institutions have signed it, and the growth of PRI assets goes hand in hand with the growth in the ESG investment. ESG assets have increased dramatically from 2020. This year's Bloomberg report says ESG investment assets will exceed $53 trillion by 2025, representing 1/3 of the entire capital market, worth $140.5 trillion. The strongest driver for ESG investment is the tangible emergence of climate change crisis and subsequent decarbonization commitment made by the Biden administration. That becomes even more evident when you see that among E, S, and G, E, which stands for environment, the environment-related theme has gained a huge traction. I would like to focus more on the growth of the impact investing, by far the most active ESG investing. ESG investing can be categorized into different groups according to the intensity and approach. They are negative screening, positive screening, and ESG integration, a loose combination of ESG elements to reach an integrated decision. Among these, the impact investing is the most active form of ESG investing. The goal is to invest in where social and environmental issues are addressed directly by businesses. Impact investing strategy has grown rapidly with the ESG market growth and the rising need for active differentiation. Only a few years ago, impact investing was viewed as another form of social enterprise or a business with good social cause without making profits. That was the prevailing view, but as ESG has become a key player in the capital market, the most active form of ESG investing, which is impact investing, has been put in a different perspective. Now let me turn to the tangible emergence of climate crisis and the resultant creation of a new market in relation to the theme of today's seminar, carbon neutrality. The international community, through the Paris Agreement, committed to keep the global mean temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius. And to achieve this goal, the world needs to reduce its carbon emission by 40% against the 2010 level by 2030 and attain carbon neutrality by 2050. To that end, an estimated annual investment of $2.4 trillion is required, which means a massive new market accounting for 2.5% of the global GDP will open. To respond to this, approximately 1,200 global leading businesses have declared that they will realize net zero at least by 2050. This tells us that the need for businesses to develop or purchase decarbonization solutions will grow exponentially going forward. Such decarbonization solutions are being converged into the climate tech sector. All the elements mentioned previously work concurrently, and the venture capital sector is witnessing a rapid growth in the investment in the climate tech sector. From 2013 through 2019, almost $60 billion in aggregate of the venture capital fund has been invested, reporting 85% CAGR, or 40 times growth in terms of the invested capital. During the same period, the entire venture capital industry grew only by 18% as for the invested capital. The tremendous growth of the climate tech sector, unlike the climate tech boom in the second half of 2000, has several factors that sustain continuous growth. First, decarbonization solutions go beyond the energy sector to cover the entire economy. Second, the policy environment has shifted dramatically with the tangible emergence of the climate crisis. Third, consumer awareness has evolved, led by the millennial generation. And fourth, the enabling technologies such as renewable energy have matured to accelerate the growth. The total invested capital has increased by 40 times, but the climate tech investment represents, as of 2018, only 6% of the invested capital, 6% of the total global venture capital investment. So considering the size of the market and severity of the issue, there is such a great potential for huge growth. The rapid growth of the ESG and sustainable investment capital has raised the valuations of the listed climate tech companies. M&A is expected to grow, bolstering the sound growth of the exit market for venture capital investment in the climate tech sector. Accordingly, GS and other large corporations, in collaboration with venture capitals, are sourcing startups in the climate tech sector and seek ways to grow with them. For instance, decarbonization solutions required across the board include, first, low-carbon energy solutions such as ESS, distributed resource solution, energy efficiency solution, and hydrogen economy solutions. And second is sustainable food, such as alternative protein, low-carbon food ingredients. And third, industrial solutions, which include low-carbon plastic and replacement or alternative materials, as well as circular economy solution, which means recycling and upcycling. And the fourth is negative carbon tech, such as negative emission and CCU, enabling technologies for carbon offset market. There are many others. And as you know all too well, but this covers process technology as well as materials. In other words, they are mostly B2B solutions. Therefore, the close collaboration between large corporations with the need for decarbonization solutions and startup with new technology and a challenging spirit will drive the growth of the decarbonization solution market based on such a close collaboration and cooperation, bringing about a significant change. Thank you. Thank you very much. As I listened to your presentation, I came to see that when businesses start to move, their funding would go as well. That is why I found it quite encouraging. So in relation to ESGs, well, how industry views it, how businesses view it. Well, thank you very much for elaborating on the processes and the trends which are undergoing. But it is enjoying a rapid growth. However, what its share out of the total venture capital investment is only 6%. So it has such a huge growth potential going forward. That's why many businesses and big corporations are deeply interested in this, and then this calls for the further interest in this and attention in decarbonization solutions and the climate tech sector. These are the areas where big corporations as well as startups are deeply interested in. If we are to see their close cooperation and collaboration, we will see a massive synergy effect. And I believe this will attract a significant investment and funding. Well, once again, thank you.
Lastly, we'd like to move on to someone who has been participating in the NAFCC Korean Youth Delegate to COP25. We talk about 2050 carbon and neutrality. I don't think I'm going to be here alive to see the year 2050, but this lady, Ms. Park So-hyun, is somebody who is very invested because this is her future, and she is a member of the future generation. So we'd like to hear her take on this issue. Hello. I participate in the Korean Youth Delegation to COP25. My name is Park So-hyun. Ms. Chung spoke about sustainable society and how that and carbon neutrality are being dealt with separately. So I also want to touch upon that issue as well, and also some measures on how we can strengthen private and public cooperation. The SDGs and climate response should not be looked at isolated goals, that they are actually a key agenda that have to be integrated into different actions. The IPCC 1.5 degree special report has a high level of credibility, and it is saying that various inequalities around society are going to become worsened if we do not solve the climate crisis. However, we don't really talk about this climate crisis as much. In fact, 91% of the Korean people have said that they are aware of climate change, but only about 70% said that they think that it is serious for them. This means that most of the members of the public are aware of climate change, but they don't consider it their responsibility. So that is why the public-private cooperation is necessary for us to raise awareness of the climate crisis. Fundamentally, sustainable development and climate change response have to be looked at together. Every 5 years, the government looks at separate policies for sustainable development and climate change response under the Framework Act on low-carbon green growth. And because of this isolated approach, the people have a very narrow consciousness, a very narrow understanding of climate crisis. So for the fourth Sustainable Development Framework Plan, sees climate change as simply an abnormal climate incident or climate disaster. So people think of climate change simply as an abstract concept, and they think of it as a green image of the color green. Climate change has to do with social inequality, such as inequalities in healthcare, education, and gender, especially for the vulnerable members of the population, but not many people are aware of that. The government is also trying to pursue ETS and transitive energy transition policies to lower greenhouse gas emissions, but most members of the public think that this has nothing to do with them because the policies seem very vague and very difficult to understand. This means that the people don't think that they are agents of change, that they think that this is something that the government or the industry should do. So we have to all work together, the government and the civil society, and the people have to work together for carbon neutrality. If the policies can be more integrated, then people will see that climate change is something that is very resonant in their everyday lives, that they will also consider sustainable development as well. And this would also have policy impact. So for example, with urban development plans, if we had looked at climate change together with urban development, then we wouldn't really be looking at redevelopment zones. We would be thinking of where the next sinkholes are going to occur or where the next flooding is going to occur because of sea level rise. So we have to look at this, and also for climate change, we can also look at climate change as an important element in many of these different goals. And when we can do that, then people will consider climate change and sustainable development as a sort of a risk, and they will start acting as agents of change and not just to remain passively on the sidelines. By integration, I mean that this has to be done at a whole government level for the central government and the local government as well. As has been mentioned by another speaker, we're seeing this governance as an isolated regime for the central government and the local government. These two approaches have to be integrated because as they stand, they are ineffective and they are interfering with fundamental problem solving. And in Korea, when we talk about governance, people think that it is really just up to the government. If we, as we've heard with the Tangjin case, for proper governance to take place, the citizens have to participate and the other stakeholders have to participate in the governance system as well. But right now, what we're seeing is sort of a government-fostered approach. And many of these government-sponsored approaches end as a single-use project or a one-off project. For the last 2 years, I've participated in different forums such as this and many government-led projects, but I did not have the opportunity to communicate with the different decision makers, and it was almost impossible to have my voice be reflected in the policies. So these activities seem to be mostly for show by the government. So I think that the civil society interests and more active participation on the part of citizens are very necessary. I think that a civil society interest can begin from the concept of the agora from ancient Greece, because the agora was a place where people would come together to discuss different issues. It was an open space for deliberation. But now we don't have a lot of spaces where people can come together and just talk and discuss issues, except for maybe some cafes. But for the cafes, because of COVID-19, the spacing is limited and the people have to pay for the different amenities themselves. But we've seen how even with these cafes, we've seen how people come together and engage in discussions, and they come up with different innovative ideas. So if you look at the Seoul Innovation Park in Eunpyeonggu, there are many different innovators who share the same space and share different values together. Here, the citizens and the innovators communicate together, and in fact, their lifestyle of vegan cafes and zero waste have become established norms in this area. And the innovators have also been discussing lowering meat consumption and also connecting that with the environment. So we were able to see that just having an open space for discussion is like having a think tank for the citizens. So if we were to maybe use an abandoned building or turn that into a zero energy building or remodel it as a zero energy building, that can also be a place for open discussion for the citizens. But this doesn't mean that only citizens have access to this kind of building. Government officials would be more than welcome to come into this kind of open space. So the citizens and public officials can engage in cooperation and communication in this kind of open space. 2020 was the year of COVID-19, and it was also a year of various commitments. We've seen promises and commitments made by central governments and local governments about net neutrality by 2050. Many businesses have announced RE100 or ESG management and governance, but these are all words, and they're not enough to change around our reality. We are all here to try to dream about a better, a sustainable society. But that society is only possible with public-private cooperation. And the start of that is to look at sustainable development and climate change response in an integrated, governance-oriented manner. Thank you very much. Thank you. You mentioned the survey respondents. I remember about 15 years ago, I was doing a commissioned study on climate change, and I also conducted a survey at the time, 15 years ago. It was about 90% of the public were aware of climate change, so there was a good level of awareness. But when we asked them, are you going to take action against climate change, only about 30% said that, yes, I would be able to maybe pay an extra fee if it means that I can have access to eco-friendly goods over non-eco-friendly goods. now, about 15 or 10 years later, we can see that 90% of people are aware of climate change. 70% say that this is something that they would engage in. So, but there was no survey question here on, are you willing to take part? Are you willing to do something about this? But I would imagine that if the question was asked, the level of the percentage would still be quite low. I think that this is telling of the situation right now, because we all know about climate change, but not many of us are really doing, actionable things. And I think what Ms. Park said is really accurate. And depending on the direction of a climate change policy, people like her and her generation are going to be literally impacted by those policy repercussions in the future. So it's very important for us to hear their voices. We have a mayor here and different members of the government. Us members of the established older generation really have a responsibility to listen to what they say. I think it was another forum like this where I was joking and said that we have to listen to the future generation and maybe not listen to someone like me. Maybe don't invite me to these things anymore because my voice is not as important as theirs. So thank you very much to Ms. Park. We've heard 2 presentations and 4 panelist discussions. Do we have any questions? Not online. Okay, so we are supposed to end at 5:30. I think this session is to end at 5:20, I believe, and then we have about a 10-minute plenary discussion session. Oh. I guess I have about 15 minutes left. So we don't have a very full room here, but if we have any comments or questions from the floor, we would like to take them now, maybe from 1 or 2 people here.
If there is no question from the floor, then I'd like to turn to our 2 speakers. Is there anything you would like to add on? Deputy Ambassador, is there anything you would like to elaborate on?
Very briefly, maybe. I would highlight again, or come back also to what I've said on the broader public discourse and what I've also heard here from several speakers, how important it is to include all stakeholders concerned. I think this is really a very important point. Also in Germany, when we started our energy transition, there were quite many discussions at the beginning and also some misconceptions. How could we actually master it? How about problems with energy security, for instance? Also, we hear these problems too in Korea. I hear them very often. Will electricity prices raise? How can we support our industry? Korea and Germany are very similar when it comes to the industry and to the economic structures. We all rely on very heavy industry. This is possibly Germany and Korea. From all the European countries, Germany is very close to the to Korea when it comes to the economic structures. We are export oriented. We are we have very high heavy industry, and so energy security is quite important to us. And so I often hear these discussions too. In Korea, where are we headed at? How do we actually manage the energy transition? And this is also something we were faced with also in Germany. It was actually a long process. But what I would like to say or to point out, this broad discussion and the broad stakeholder approach actually helped to overcome this, and also to overcome some misperceptions, for instance. Let me also give you an example. I managed the coal commission. There was something similar in the hydrogen sector, actually, when we established our hydrogen strategy, but also when it came to renewable energy, like creating wind parks, for instance, offshore wind parks. There was a lot of opposition, actually, also from the fishery industry, from the local tourism boards, and so on. And I think one of the lessons learned from our experience was involve citizens and stakeholders as early, as inclusively, and as transparently as possible. This was one of the lessons learned, and also communicate the local value creation and the financial benefits for the community. So many studies have been done on the on offshore wind, for instance, and it eventually turned out that many problems and many misperceptions could be overcome through this broad stakeholder approach. This is what I wanted to say, and maybe there is also some similarities and some connections to the Korean case.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. I think that it feels that when we look at Germany, we didn't think that you had all of those challenges as well, because it seems like the transition is quite seamless for Germany, but it appears that, you know, past the surface, there were a lot of different challenges for Germany as well. But the key point there is communication, to have open communication with the people early on in the process. So I think that I'm going to ask the mayor to speak first. Or where do I look? Do we have a question or so? So because of the pandemic, I guess we have to go through all of these different hoops to read this comment that we have online. So Korea emits a lot of greenhouse gases, most of them because of our export-oriented manufacturing sector. Paradoxically, Korean citizens are really sacrificing themselves for other people. We are manufacturing eco-friendly goods that are not replaceable. As a way to expand cooperation between private and public sector, and to create a sustainable development, a society of sustainable development society, education is important. So what do you consider to be the role of universities? This is a question to the Deputy Ambassador. In the European Green Deal, will nuclear energy be included in the Green New Deal for EU?
Would you like to address the question? So the question is whether green... I think the first question was just a comment, and the question is whether EU Green Deal will include nuclear energy. That was the question directed to the Deputy Ambassador. So would you please share with us the German case?
Well, first of all, maybe also to describe it again, the European Green Deal is a stimulus program, as I tried to point out, and we combined this Green Deal with the COVID recovery and also with making Europe future-proof in sustainable terms. So. But basically, it is a financial stimulus program. The nuclear energy is actually one of the issues which is heavily discussed also at the European level. I can comment only on Germany. We decided to phase out nuclear energy because we don't consider nuclear energy basically in the long term a very sustainable energy use. There is different opinions at the European level. Other countries hold different opinions.
And there is also some discussions going on how nuclear energy should be reflected in the EU taxonomy, for instance, when it comes to investments, what we heard from Mr. Park, for instance. So this is still a question which is being discussed at the European level. As for Germany, however, we've come to the conclusion. It was a decision taken after the Fukushima incident, taken also by Chancellor Merkel, and I think with quite a broad consensus in the German public that that for the future we don't want and we don't need to rely on nuclear energy, as we've been steadily increasing our renewable energy. What we found with nuclear energy is that still many problems are unsolved, starting with safety issues, as we've seen in Chernobyl or in Fukushima. This is one part, but also in the longer term, when it comes to decommissioning and storage of the nuclear fuel, for instance. So even in Germany nowadays, we've been long looking for a final storage capacity or facility. We used to have a salt mine, but after some years, it was we found out that this salt mine was actually not the appropriate place to store the used fuel. So basically, we are restarting again in a long procedure in order to identify storage facilities. This process is very, very costly. It needs a lot of energy, actually, and basically there is still many questions when it comes to safety and security. And when we compare all the costs related, well, I just mentioned, and compare them with other sustainable energy sources, at least we came to the conclusion that we would rather go for renewable energies, and we think this is the right way.
Yes, I have to say that I completely agree with what you just said. Given with the nuclear energy, it's a very controversial topic, so I don't think that we can visit it here, because if we do, then we will be stuck here for many hours, if not days. So, but we have to be very mindful of that topic. But just if I were to say one thing, we have to leave behind safe energy for our future generations. So we have to be very mindful of that. Next to our mayor from Tangjin. Yes, I'm the mayor of Tangjin. Over the last 40 years, the international community has worked towards creating a sustainable society, and we agree with those efforts. So now it's important for us to come up with actual achievements. And in the first session, the second session, we talked about different ways on governance, and cooperation, communication. Many different opinions were given. I just want to provide you with one or two more cases of Tangjin. We have a 420% energy self-sufficiency rate in the city of Tangjin, primarily coming from solar energy, wind energy, cogeneration, biomass. So that allows us to produce about 1.5 gigawatts of energy. Because we have an energy self-sufficiency of 420%, we have a lot of energy, and our transmission lines are capable of delivering power to the Seoul and metropolitan region. And now we are also establishing an RE100 industrial complex. We have enough power to supply this industrial complex, so right now we're trying to come up with the institutional support needed to try to do this. But right now, the power energy, the supply is monopolized by KEPCO. So over the last several years, we've tried to find a way out of this, but realistically, there are some obstacles. At the end of last year, the PP Act was paths of the National Assembly. So based on this, hopefully we can diversify the industrial structure. And that is the basis of why we want to establish an industrial site for RE100. However, what concerns us is that there are no Korean companies right now that have announced that they're going to go RE100. Only foreign companies have done so. We would like to invite global companies that want to go RE100 to come and do business in Tangjin. So we're trying to provide that kind of administrative support for those global companies who are interested in doing so. We also wanted to try to come up with an innovation belt for R&D, especially for energy, like biomass, cogeneration, and solar and wind energy. Through this, we hope to try to create a new kind of industrial structure for Tangjin City as a whole and for the neighboring regions. And in terms of administration, to try to support this, every year, 60 of our city officials, these 60 officials, together with middle managers, we go through about 20-minute, 30-minute interviews with all of them, all of these middle managers and city officials, and ask them what is their understanding of sustainable development, how are they coming up with different climate-centered goals and policies, how they are communicating with the community. So this is something that we do every year. And it's important for us to come up with the outlines and roadmaps and also deliver with the actual deliverables. So that is very important to us. Thank you.
So many businesses will definitely go to Tangjin. Is any of the discussants want to share their ideas?
This was not really the topic of this panel, but maybe I cannot help myself. The previous panel that talked about opportunities for Korea and the industry. So I'm just going to put on my hat as a Danish citizen, but I'm not representing Denmark. But I just want to very quickly, because as you might know, the Danish industry is one of the wind industry is one of the leading in the world. And this might puzzle one a little bit if you think about how did that come about. Because Denmark, unlike Germany or Norway, is not blessed with abundant energy resources. We do not have coal, like in Germany. We don't have the hydropower of Norway. The entire Norwegian electricity system is based on hydro. There's no fossil fuel in the country whatsoever. There are lots of biomass in Sweden and in Finland. Denmark have no such resources. But I don't want this to be an advocacy piece, but I think the resources are on the government planning side. And it's the foresight of the government, and then it's educational research and development. Because the government has consistently been supporting R&D, I think, for 3 or 4 decades. Unlike some other countries which have occasionally supported research and development and then dropped out again when the market was not interesting. The government had provided subsidies in the early phase, another economic instrument, encouraged in the educational sector, technical universities. Denmark has, I think it's fair to say, world-class understanding of modeling of wind systems, because the government has been consistently promoting this and has done much to create public support by inviting citizens to go to windmills, to wind parks. We have offshore wind. In Copenhagen, where I'm from, you can go on little boat trips out to the offshore wind. It's organized in such a way that families can buy shares. You can only buy a certain number of shares in a co-op in the windmills, and you bring your children. And so today it's the biggest employer, it's the biggest foreign earnings source in Denmark. And the industry is now selling also knowledge products, not just the hardware, but such as how you interface district heating with wind. As you might know, there are sometimes skeptics who said you cannot have more than 10% in renewable in the electricity system, then it's not reliant. In Denmark, it's more than 40%. But this is because it's interfaced with district heating, And I know for a fact that in China they're very interested in this because they have the same mix of power plants. So they're important knowledge products in terms of not teaching Chinese to build the power plant, but actually to phase them in an efficient way in the system. And so it's not to make what you call a plug, but I think that Korea, with this tremendous track record in technologies and world-class research, I would look at this, how some countries, and not that Denmark in particular, but some countries, how did they do this? I think I lived abroad many years, so I've been puzzled about this, because when I was a little kid there were no windmills, and suddenly there were windmills all over the place. And this didn't happen overnight. It's something that happens with foresight by the industry, research, as you said, communities, also youth are involved in this. And I think there must be opportunities in Korea. So I'll finish on this. I was very impressed when I saw now the offshore windmills, and I don't know if that number means anything to you. They're now 15 megawatt windmills. These are significant infrastructure projects that I think would be very interesting for investors and for governments to look into. This is not some kind of little technology that is just nice to have, but it's not important. It's a significant part and creates lots of jobs, many opportunities. It can be produced close to the user areas. You don't export these articles. It creates a lot of jobs all over the world. So I know our chairs didn't ask me about this, but I just would use the opportunity to, maybe it could be interesting for the audience.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. We are several months behind the schedule, so now is the time to wrap up today's seminar. In concluding, I think about this session talked about target, the ultimate goal, whether that's SDGs or green growth or the carbon neutrality. But in this session, we can see that we can achieve carbon neutrality while ensuring green growth. So our goal is to keep the global mean temperature rise by 1.5 degrees Celsius, but this kind of goal has an ultimate goal above it. That is, well, by the end of the 21st century, the humanity can live happily. They can lead a happy life by the end of, at the end of the 21st century. If they can be happy, then that will be our ultimate goal. I think, well, this encompasses that 1.5 degrees Celsius goal as well. And with that goal in mind, the better future for the humanity, in order to achieve such a goal and to realize that dream, we have to work together. All the stakeholders, as President Yoon of KEI mentioned, well, not just a private and public partnership, the whole global community needs to make a coordinated effort. So with that, I'd like to conclude today's seminar. Let's work together. President Biden made it so clear that we have to work together and move together. With that, I'd like to conclude today's international seminar to celebrate 2021 P4G Seoul Summit. Thank you very much for your participation. This concludes the international seminar to celebrate 2021 P4G Seoul Summit. Thank you very much for staying with us till the end of this seminar. Thank you.